Welcome in to the first of a doubleheader for this evening's contest between the Ohio Bobcats and the Akron Zips. As welcome into the broadcast, I'm Joey Medor, and I'll be bringing you all the action for both games here in this one. As starting out, looking at the starting lineup for the Akron Zips, who come into this game looking to break a 14-game losing skid, 3-27 overall in the season, just 2-14 in MAC play, as that will put them at the bottom of the standings. But it'll be Molly McChesney leading off and batting in center field. Madison Dudek batting second, playing third base, playing shortstop and batting third will be Jaden Bryant. Batting cleanup and the designated player will be Laurel DeVoe. Batting fifth at first base, Jesse Holzman. Batting sixth, playing left field, Tiffany Stevens. Batting seventh, playing second base is Maggie Sons. Batting eighth behind the dish for the Zips is Caitlin Reynolds. And rounding out the order, batting ninth is Anna Aquino. She will be in right field, and on the mound for the Bobcats in this game will be Mackenzie Cole getting the start for game one of this doubleheader, as Cole on the season so far has pitched to a 6-7 record with a 5.08 ERA and 84 innings pitched, as this is her 16th appearance on the season and 15th game started, as she will look to get the Bobcats off to a good start in this doubleheader. They're coming off a weekend series right here at Ohio Softball Field against Bowling Green, where they split the two games. They won the first two, 4-3 and 2-0 respectively, and dropped the second two, 10-0 and 2-1. But we are ready for the first pitch as a left-handed batter. McChesney is in the batter's box. Corners are up. First pitch will miss low and outside, and McChesney will take it for a ball to open up the ball game. 1-0 count, top of the first inning, as the first pitch thrown at 1:03 p.m. As a look into the dugout, Cole gets the sign. Now she will rock and fire. The 1-0 pitch, squaring the bunt, is the lefty McChesney. She pulls it back, takes the pitch called on the outside corner for a strike, evens up the count at 1 apiece. As McChesney on the season comes in, 68 at-bats, batting .309 on the season. That's 1-1 pitch. This one will miss just outside, take it for a ball. Runs the count to 2-1 to the leadoff batter for the Akron Zips. But McChesney, .365 on-base percentage, .338 slugging. Only one extra base hit on the season. She has a triple and has stolen 10 bags on the year, so a threat to run. But obviously playing the slap attempt are the Bobcats with the corners up. 2-1 pitch. This pitch will miss just a bit high and inside for a ball, and that will put McChesney in the driver's seat, 3-1 to lead off the ball game. But Akron, losers of 14 straight on the year, just a 3-27 record. It's been a rough go of it for the Zips. Only wins this year have been against Delaware State, and they took 2 from Buffalo. As that pitch grounded over to third, strong throw over to first base. That's the first baseman, Paoli, on there. And the leadoff batter is retired for the Zips in this one away. As that'll bring up Madison Dudek, the freshman, playing third base for the Zips in this ball game as she bats from the right side. Dudek on the season batting at just a .205 clip. She's the only Akron player that has played in every game this season. She takes a big rip at the first pitch and comes up empty. It'll be 0-1 as Cole early ahead in the count. As Cole back in the circle, squaring the bunt is Dudek. She'll pull it back and take the pitch upstairs for a ball. Evens it up at 1-1. Bobcats come into this game at 14-15 overall in the season, and they are dead 500 in MAC play, 10-10. 1-1 pitch misses, just a touch outside. Nice take there from Dudek for a ball. She's up in the count now, 2-1. But the Bobcats, so far, that 10-10 records have placed them at 5th in the MAC. So still in the top half of the conference, trying to climb above 500 in conference play. In this one, 2-1 pitch misses low and inside. And back-to-back batters now for the Zips have 3-1 counts. So we'll see if Dudek can take advantage as McChesney ground out the third base, lead off the inning. 1 away, top of the first inning. Cole gets the pitch sign. Dudek again squares the bunt, pulls it back, will cut at the pitch, lined out into right field, taking a few steps To her left is the right fielder, Fogue, and she makes the catch on the run as the first two batters do get 3-1 counts. But Cole's able to settle down and retire both of them. 2 away now for the number 3 batter, the shortstop for the Akron Zips, Jaden Bryant. As Bryant bats from the right side. For Jaden Bryant on the season, comes in batting at .208 with 48 at-bats and 22 games played on the season. First pitch into Jaden Bryant will miss high and inside for a ball. She'll be up in the count 1-0. Bryant does have a couple home runs on the season, you would assume, with her being the third hitter as she's pretty far up in the box with her stance. Cole rocks and fires the 1-0 pitch, misses outside for a ball. That puts Bryant up in the count 2-0. As Ohio comes into this game 5th in the MAC in ERA, 5.06, as a lot of the innings have been eaten up by Mackenzie Cole and Maddie McCready. The 2-0 pitch misses high and outside for a ball. And Bryant now well ahead in the count, 3-0, 2 away in the top of the first inning, as that will draw out the catcher for Ohio on this one. That's Sophia Bernard to try to settle down her pitcher, as a lot of balls have been thrown in this inning so far by Cole, as she has thrown 9 to this point, and only 4 strikes so far, but nonetheless hasn't come back to bite her at this point. But just trying to find the strike zone early on in this game. Mound visit's over. Back up on the circle is Cole. She comes right down the middle with the 3-0 pitch taken for a called strike by Bryant. As it's not a strong Akron lineup in this game. They're in the bottom of the MAC in most batting categories that you can think of: average on base percentage, slugging, hits, runs. They just have really struggled this year with the bat in their hands. The 3-1 pitch is popped high, back behind the dish. Taking a look at it was the catcher Bernard, but she runs out of room. The ball goes over the backstop and out of play, and now will run the count full to the number 3 batter, Bryant. So a full count, 2 outs, nobody on. Top of the first inning, no score between the Bobcats and the Zips. As Cole spins the ball in her right hand while looking at the dugout, gets a sign for the pitch. Full count, pitch home, swung on a foul back into the screen once again, so we'll do it again. And now run the count full at 3-2. As after the mound visit with Bernard, it's been a good recovery from Cole. She's come right back in with 3 straight balls over the plate. Brian was just able to foul the last couple off. Full count pitch home is caught on line towards the first baseman spot check, as she's able to range over into foul ground and make the catch in the air. It's a 3-up, 3-down inning for the Bobcats to round out the top of the first inning. They're coming to bat after the break in the bottom of the first inning. Back here at Ohio softball field as we get ready for the bottom of the first inning. It's a 3-up, 3-down inning for the pitcher, Mackenzie Cole. As going through with the starting lineup for the Bobcats in this one, leading off in center field is Allie Englett. As Katie Young batting second at shortstop. Batting third will be Mackenzie Vaughn, as she is playing second base in this one. Analia Paoli is playing third base and batting cleanup. Sophia Bernard behind the dish, batting fifth for the Bobcats. Batting sixth at first base is Caroline Spacek. Batting seventh in right field, Caitlin Fogue. Batting eighth in the designated player, Alexis Dawn. And rounding out the order, batting seventh is Emily Walker. Starting in the circle for the Zips, and this one will be Olivia Otani, as this will be her 18th appearance on the year. Just her 8th start. She has pitched to a 1-5 record, but has the second best ERA on the team, 3.81 on the year. As pitching hasn't been the main problem for the Zips this season. They're around middle of the pack in most categories, ERA 5.21. As Allie Anglet will lead it off for the Bobcats in this one. As a senior center fielder, we'll see the first pitch, and she will take it just a bit outside for a ball, evens up makes the count 1-0. Anglet so far this season leading the team with a .404 batting average, .426 on base. And she scored 20 runs. Second pitch into her, just catches the outside part of the plate for a called strike. Evens up the count at 1-1 to Anglet. But Anglet comes into play. 8th in the MAC in batting average this season, and 2nd in the MAC in hits. 1-1 pitch lined out to the shortstop. She's able to make the catch on the fly to retire the Bobcats' leadoff hitter. As Anglet hit that one on the screws, but unfortunately is right at the shortstop, Bryant. As the leadoff batter is retired for the Bobcats in this one, and that'll bring in Katie Young, the shortstop. Young comes into the game with a .360 batting average. As changeup from Otani is taken just outside for a ball. The first pitch to Young, as Young has had a good stretch of play here in the 20 MAC games they played this year, as she has a .383 average in MAC games on the season. As the 1-0 pitch misses well outside. Good take there from Young for a ball, 2-0. As Young on the season, 16 RBIs, 13 extra base hits, 7 doubles, and 6 home runs on the season to this point. As with one away, nobody on in the bottom of the first, no score yet in the ball game. Here comes a 2-0 pitch. It's taken right at the letters for a called strike to Young. That runs the count to 2-1. Two-one pitch in. Change-up popped high into shallow right field, ranging over towards the right side foul line is the second baseman, Sons, and she's able to make the grab. So despite being up in the count 2-1, Young just gets under that change-up and pops it into, would have been a fair ball if it landed, but a nice play by Sons as they'll retire the first 2 batters for the Bobcats, and that'll bring in the 3-hole hitter and second baseman, Mackenzie Vaughn. As the right-handed pitcher Otani will rock and fire. That pitch catches the inside part of the plate for a called strike to Vaughn. 0-1 the count. Vaughn on the year batting .307. She had a walk-off hit against Bowling Green over the weekend, as she is 5th in the MAC in home runs this season with 8. The 0-1 pitch misses high and outside for a ball. Good take there from Vaughn. Evens up the count at 1 apiece. Analia Paoli is in the on-deck circle should Vaughn get on base. The 1-1 pitch in is swung on and fouled back into the screen, as now Vaughn will have to protect with 2 strikes, down 1-2 with 2 away. In the bottom of the first inning, there is no score in the ball game, as the Bobcats are looking to get back in the win column after dropping their last 2 games on the 4-game weekend series to Bowling Green. But it's a much less long-winded losing streak than what the Zips have had. 1-2 pitch swung on and chopped back to the mound. This actually didn't hit the ground. It will be caught on the fly as she got jammed on that one, and the catch is made. So it's a 3-up, 3-down inning for the Bobcats. No runs, no hits, no one left on. We head to the top of the second inning. Still no score between the Akron Zips and the Ohio Bobcats.
We have some members of various 1970s softball teams here at Ohio University at the stadium today.
Soldier boy, tough. Hey, I got this new dance for y'all called Soldier boy. Just gotta punch, then crank back 3 times from left to right. Soldier boy, I fin it. Why me crank it? Why me roll? Why me crank that soldier boy? That Superman, that now why me crank that soldier? 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 Now what? Soldier boy, I fin it. Why me crank it? Why me roll? Why me crank that soldier boy? That Superman, that now why me crank that soldier? 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 Now what? Soldier boy, fin it. Why me lean that? Why me roll? Superman, that yeah, why me crank that Robocop? Super friend, now why me jock? Jocking on them, hate them, man. When I do that soldier boy, I lean to the left, then crank that thing now. I'm jocking on you, I'm jocking on you. And if we get the fight, then I'm coming, then I'm coming. You catch me at your local.
Middle of the order due up for the Akron Zips. Here in the top of the second, it'll be Laurel DeVoe, followed by Jesse Holzman and Tiffany Stevens. As we look for still our first hit in the ball game, a couple of 3-up, 3-down innings for both sides in the first inning. And still no score here in the top of the second inning. As Ohio hasn't lost a game to the Zips since 2017, as they swept them in 2018 3 games, as well as 2019. Did not get to play the Zips in 2020, as obviously the season was cut short. First pitch into Laurel DeVoe will be taken below the knees for a ball to the Zips designated player. 1-0 the count. DeVoe on the season has played in 26 games, has had 59 at-bats. As she takes that one will catch the knees for a called strike, evens up the count at 1 apiece. Comes in batting 186 on the season. But she has hit 4 home runs, which probably explains why she's in the cleanup spot. The 1-1 pitch will miss low and inside for a ball. 2-1 the count now to DeVoe. As those 4 home runs do, in fact, lead the Zips this season. Long look into the dugout from Mackenzie Cole. Spins the ball in her right hand. Now she'll come home. 1-1 pitch. Big cut. 2-1 pitch, excuse me. Big cut from DeVoe. She comes up empty. That evens up the count at 2 apiece. To the leadoff batter for the Zips here in the top of the second inning. Two-two pitch home. Caught on a miss. Strike 3. First punch out of the ball game for Mackenzie Cole, and the leadoff batter is retired, as that will bring in Jesse Holzman. As Cole just kind of reached back and let that one fly and got DeVoe to chase the pitch high and outside for her first punch out. As Cole hasn't racked up a ton of strikeouts this year, only 4 per 7 innings on the year, as that was her 49th. As that pitch will miss inside for a ball to the second batter of this inning, Jesse Holzman, the first baseman for the Zips in the ball game. Holzman batting .219 on the season, as that one misses well outside, bounces in the dirt, in fact, and gets by the catcher Bernard, rolls all the way back to the backstop, up in the count 2-0, as have not been many times in the game so far that Cole has really worked ahead in the count, but it hasn't come back to bite her to this point, as she fell behind 3-1 to the first batters of the game and then 3-0 to the second, but retired all of them. And now is behind the count to Holzman 2-0. Here comes the pitch. That one will miss outside for a ball. Actually catches the corner for a called strike, and that'll run the count to 2-1. As this Akron team has not hit for much average this season. Here comes a 2-1 pitch. That one is swung on and skied down the right field line. Ranging over is the right fielder, Fogue. She'll reach up with the right hand, the left hand, excuse me, and make the catch over the shoulder to retire the batter. So despite falling behind to another batter, she is retired. Has 5 up, 5 down so far in the ball game for Mackenzie Cole, and that'll bring in Tiffany Stevens with 2 away in the top of the second inning, no score. But the Zips just 195 as a team batting this season. That's good for dead last in the MAC. First pitch called strike to Tiffany Stevens, a left fielder for the Zips in the ball game. As coming into the ball game, Tiffany batting .213 on the season in 26 games and 61 at-bats. As that pitch will miss upstairs for a ball, evens up the count at 1 apiece to Stevens. But there has not been a lot of continuity in Akron lineups this year. Only 1 player has played in all 30 of the games this year, and there's a lot of players who have played in the 15 to 20 range. As that pitch swung on, chopped out towards short, going to be a long throw over to first in time to retire the side. That's another 3 up, 3 down inning. Strong throw there from Katie Yun to retire Stevens at first base. As no runs, no hits, nobody left on for the Zips for a second straight inning. We'll head into the bottom of the second inning as Ohio will look to get something going on the offensive end when we come back here at Ohio softball field for this game 1 of a doubleheader between Ohio and Akron. Middle of the order due up for the Bobcats here in the bottom of the second inning, as will be Analia Paoli, followed by Sophia Bernard and Caroline Spacek. All due up this inning as we look to see our first hit in the ball game. Still, Akron's first 6 batters have been unable to reach the base paths. Ohio also went 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the first inning. Mentioned at the top of the broadcast, this Akron team looking to get at quite a losing skid as they have dropped their last 14 games. They have not won a game since back on March 21st when they knocked off Buffalo 4-2. First pitch of the inning is a changeup into Paoli, and she's way out in front of it. Swings and misses for a strike. 0-1 the count. As Paoli on the season coming in with a .348 average, so not too bad there for a freshman at a Point Marion, Pennsylvania, as the 0-1 pitch misses for a ball, evens up the count at 1 apiece. She has played in all 29 games this season, is batting .333 in MAC play so far, 19 RBIs, a couple of homers, 5 doubles. 1-1 pitch swung on and slow roller up the third baseline, fielded cleanly, throwing to first, not in time. It's going to be the first base hit of the ball game for the Bobcats, an infield single on the slow chopper as Paoli just appeared to get a little bit on top of that one, but the third baseman for Akron, Dudek, was just playing a little bit back and unable to charge in time to make the play as Paoli was charging up the line, and that'll bring up the catcher, Sophia Bernard, for her first plate appearance in this one. As first pitch in, misses well outside and taken for a ball by Bernard. She's up in the count 1-0. As 1-0 pitch coming in is swung on, grounded out in between short and third, backhanded by the shortstop, but she bobbled it just a little bit and was unable to have a play. It would have been a really tough play anyway. She had no out at second to get Paoli. It would have been a long throw over to first to try to retire Bernard. It was a heck of an effort just to get to that ball deep in the hole between short and third. But it'll be another infield single for the Bobcats, and all of a sudden they're threatening to score here with 2 on and nobody out, as that'll bring in the third batter of the inning. She's batting in the 6th hole in the ball game, the first baseman, Caroline Spacek. As the corners are drawn up, first pitch into Spacek, squares a bunch. She gets it down to third base. They'll take the shore out over to first for the first out of the inning. So a nice sacrifice there from Spacek to move 2 runners into scoring position with only 1 away, as executed to perfection. First pitch, able to get the bunt down. No play at second or third. And the third baseman, Dudek, just had to go to first base in order to record an out. So first base is open now. But there are runners on second and third with still only 1 away for Caitlin Fogue. As the corners are still up, middle infielders playing at normal depth. First pitch into Caitlin Fogue will miss up high for a ball, 1-0. As we've already seen Fogue make a couple plays in right field so far in the game, having to range over to her left deep down the line. It has made a couple of nice catches. As Caitlin Fogue on the season batting .278, she flies that one deep out in the center field, back at the wall, and it hits off the base of the wall and rolls. 1 run comes in to score. A second runner is being waved in, pulling into second with a 2 RBI double off the wall. Deep out into center field is Caitlin Fogue. RBIs number 7 and 8 for her on the season, and the Bobcats strike first in this one. They lead it 2-0 in the bottom of the second. As she got into that one, it looked like the center fielder for Akron might have had a play, but the ball just continued to hang up in the air. She tried to range back to make the catch, but to no avail. And Fogue able to get the Bobcats on the board first, as they lead it now 2-0, and still only 1 away. Runner in scoring position, as a quick little visit between players for the Zips. As that's how you want it to go. Get a couple of base hits, then you get the sack bunt down, and then you're able to get 2 in scoring position and drive one all the way out to the wall for a base hit. That'll bring in Alexis Dahl, the designated player for the Bobcats in this game 1 of the doubleheader. First pitch in to her, misses outside for a ball, 0-1. Dahl in the season coming in, batting .266 in 22 games and 64 at-bats. Only 2 of her hits have been for extra bases this year, as the 1-0 pitch catches the outside corner for a called strike, evens up the count at 1 apiece. As Dahl in the left-handed batter's box with Caitlin Fogue on second base, only 1 away in the inning. 1-1 pitch. Otani took something off it, and she's able to catch the inside corner for a called strike. Dahl will have to protect now, down 1-2 in the count. As Otani takes a long look into the dugout, now looks down at the wrist guard on her left forearm. Now she'll rock and fire the 1-2 pitch, swung on and fouled towards the first base dugout. As Dahl able to stay alive by just getting a piece of that one off the end of the bat. And she'll get to see another 1-2 pitch. Those are RBIs number 7 and 8 for Fogue on the season, with that double that she just hit. As Dahl back in the left-handed batter's box, Otani once again looking in the dugout for the pitch signal. She gets it. 1-2 pitch taken up high and maybe a tad outside as well for a ball, so Dahl able to stay alive in the at-bat, evening up the count at 2 apiece. 2 runs already in the inning in the bottom of the second, as Ohio looking to continue their win streak against the Akron Zips of 6 games dating back to 2018. The 2-2 pitch swung on, laced out into left field, and it will get over the head of the left fielder, off the glove, and roll all the way to the wall. Fogue had to hold up. She's digging it around third now. She will be in standing, as we'll see what they end up scoring that one. It hit off her glove. It was a hard hit ball there from Dahl right at the left fielder, as it got over her head. It looked like she had a play on it, but just misjudged it. Usually your first step should be back when you're out playing in left field, but the left fielder Stevens came in on it. We'll see what they scored. They're going to score to hit on the scoreboard, so as it stands, it's going to be an RBI double there for Dahl, as I'll bring in Emily Walker, and the Bobcats lead goes to 3-0 as the first pitch misses outside for a ball, 1-0. So with that being scored an RBI double, it's Dahl's 3rd double on the year and 7th RBI, as Emily Walker, the 1-0 pitch into her will be a changeup, catches the outside corner for a called strike, evens up the count at 1 apiece to the number 9 hitter for the Bobcats in this game, as Emily Walker comes in batting .294 on the year and 27 games played, has had a good stretch of play in the MAC games this year, batting in at .346 as the 1-1 pitch misses well outside for a ball, 2-1. So leading off of second base now after her RBI double is back-to-back RBI doubles from Caitlin Fogue and Alexis Dahl to bring in the 3 runs that have already come in this inning. 2-1 pitch swung on and popped foul down the third baseline. Running over were 3 different Zips players, but none of them able to get there, as the ball did stay in play. They did have a shot to catch it, but just too far out of the reach, and that will even up the count at 2-2 to Emily Walker. As in the on-deck circle due up is Allie Anglet, the lineup due to turnover. 2-2 pitch to Walker, swung on. She gets a piece of it off the end of the bat, and it rolls straight back to the backstop, as she'll stay alive, keeping the count at 2-2. Two-two pitch in. The Walker misses up high, or up around her eyes for a called ball. That will run the count full, first full count we have seen a Bobcat work so far in the ballgame. Full count pitch, home to Walker, swings and fouls it down the right field line. That will get out of play down towards the visiting bullpen. As a strong at-bat here from Walker, she'll get to see another full count pitch. As the inning started with Paoli, she had an infield single, then an infield single for Sophia Bernard, a sac bunt from Caroline Spacek, then a 2 RBI double by Caitlin Fogue, followed up by an RBI double from Alexis Dahl. Another full count pitch is swung on and line foul down the line, and it'll get out of play. So another full count pitch. Strong at bat here from Emily Walker. As for a freshman, she's seen a lot of action so far this season. 27 games played. She hails from Plain City, Ohio. Another full count pitch. This one will miss outside, ball 4. Walker able to draw the walk. First walk issued by Otani in the ball game. And once again, 2 runners on and only 1 away. The lineup will turn over now for the Bobcats. I'll bring up Allie Anglet. As Walker, that's the 6th walk she's been able to work this season. And for Otani, the first walk she's given up in the game to this point. As Akron, despite all their woes this year, they've been pretty good at not allowing walks, as they've only given up 114. That's the 2nd fewest in the MAC this year. First pitch misses. Low and away in the dirt for a ball. Nice block there from the catcher to keep the runners in place at first and second. As Englet just an inning ago to lead off the bottom of the first inning, lined out to the shortstop to retire her. Otani rocks, fires, bunt laid down from Englet down the third baseline, picked up cleanly, strong throw from the third baseman Dudek on to first to retire Englet 5-3. But that will move 2 more into scoring position, but now 2 away in the inning. And that'll bring up Katie Yun. As Yun will be the 8th Ohio batter to come up to the plate this inning. Yun 0 for 1 in the ball game so far. First pitch into her misses well outside for a ball, 1-0. As Yun popped up down the right field line, the second baseman ranged over to catch it in shallow right field territory to retire her back in the first inning. But Ducks on the pond, runners on second and third, 2 away, 3 runs already in this inning. 1-0 pitch will catch the outside part of the plate for a called strike. Evens up the count at 1. One pitch. This one misses outside for a ball that puts Yun up in the count 2-1. As Yun on the season, third on the team in RBIs with 16. So she's one of the ones that you want up in a situation like this with 2 in scoring position. She's been a steady player since coming to Ohio, the senior, with a .352 average. She swings and laces that one down the right field line, but it will loop just foul. As she will get to see another pitch here that will even up the count at 2-2. She thought she might have just been able to sneak that one in fair territory, and it definitely would have plated both runs with 2 away, and the fact that they'd be running on the pitch. But Yun is back with the bat in her hand in the right-handed batter's box. So Otani trying to limit the damage done in the inning. Already 3 in. It's a 3-0 lead for Ohio over the Zips. 2-2 pitch to Yun, and she able to rip the hands inside of that one and lines it towards the third base dugout. Yeah, it's just a tad out in front of that one. But she'll get to see another 2-2 pitch. On third base is Alexis Dahl. Emily Walker leads off second. 2 outs in the inning. 2-2 pitch, swung on and chopped foul down the third base line once again as Dudek touches it just to her right of the foul line. And another tough at-bat here as Emily Walker worked a really long at-bat off of Otani earlier in the inning that eventually drew a walk, and now Yun fouling off a couple pitches here. 2-2 pitch from Otani is cut on, and just getting a piece did Yun to stay alive in the at-bat. That's a pretty good location there from Otani on the low outside corner, but nice job by Yun with 2 strikes, able to cover the whole plate and get a piece of that one to stay alive in the at-bat. Otani checks the wrist guard, gets the pitch she wants, rocks, fires, 2-2 pitch, took something off that one. Got Yun out in front of it, but she's still able to just get a piece of it. As Yun, such a tough girl to strike out, and just in all her 89 at-bats this year has only struck out 8 times. As a very solid player she's been for the program, a 2019 first team All-MAC selection. Looking to come up big here. 2-2 pitch is swung on, and again off the end of the bat she's able to get a piece and foul it off to stay alive as head coach Kenzie Rourke is yelling, "Keep fighting," from the third base coaching box. As a long at-bat here for Yun. So Otani trying to get out of this inning. 3 are already in. It's a 3-0 lead for Ohio. 2-2 pitch will miss inside for a ball, much to the displeasure of the Akron dugout, as they thought that one might have just caught the inside corner. But a good take there from Yun, as sometimes when you get in a situation when you're fouling off so many pitches, you can get in a swing-free mode. But she's able to recognize that pitch was inside and hold back to get to see a full count pitch. Payoff pitch home, swung on and grounded slowly to the shortstop. Going to be a tough play throw on to first, not in time, and it's an infield single for Yun. Coming in to score is Alexis Dahl, as that will push the lead out to 4-0. It's an RBI infield single, as real tough at bat there by Yun, and she didn't get a whole lot of that one by any means, but it was a slow roller, tough play for the shortstop. Bryant ranging over to her left. It was always going to be a tough play with Yun being the speedy player that she is. And the throw just a half second late. And that'll put runners at the corners now for Mackenzie Vaughn, as the Bobcats have now batted around here in the bottom of the second inning. She squares the bunt, pulls it back, throw down to second. Stealing is Yun, and he is under the tag, and she is safe. And coming in to score, heads up base running, is Emily Walker, as it looked like the throw did indeed beat Yun to the base, but she's able to get around the tag and have the stolen base, as that is her 19th stolen base on the year. And that allows another run to come in to score. That's the 5th run for the Bobcats in the inning, as Emily Walker very heads up down to third, seeing the throw go down to second and immediately taking off for home, and didn't even have to contend with a throw. The pitch was a called strike, however, to Mackenzie Vaughn. As the 0-1 pitch misses outside for a ball to Vaughn, evens up the count at 1 apiece, as she popped up to the pitcher in her first at-bat. 1-1 pitch into Vaughn. That one will catch the outside corner for a called strike, as she will be down in the count 1-2 now. But 5 hits, 5 runs in this inning for the Bobcats. And you got to look at it, if you're looking at it for Akron, as they haven't been able to score a whole lot of runs this year, so 5 runs could be tough, as the 1-2 pitch misses low and outside for a ball, evens up the count at 2-2. It's just not been a very strong hitting Akron team, as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast. Bottom of the MAC in most hitting statistical categories, so a 5-run deficit at times has to seem a bit insurmountable. 2-2 pitch into Mackenzie Vaughn will catch the inside corner. She'll get rung up, strike 3 called. She didn't like it, and that will retire the side, but not before Ohio's able to hang a big crooked number, as all 9 hitters come around to bat in this inning, as 5 score on 5 hits and 1 is left on, as 5-0 lead now for Ohio as we head into the top of the 3rd inning in this contest between the Ohio Bobcats and the Akron Zips.
I'll have the best view of the play. Yeah, have to whip the tag or something.
Back here at Ohio's softball field for the top of the 3rd inning. As the bottom of the order For Akron is due up. Maggie Sons, Caitlin Reynolds, and Anna Aquino as they look to put a dent into this 5-run deficit as Ohio was able to bat around in the bottom of the second inning. 5 runs come across the score on 5 hits to give them the early 5-0 lead. As Mackenzie Cole back out on the mound for her 3rd inning of work in this one. First pitch will miss upstairs and taken for a ball by Maggie Sons, the second baseman for the Zips in this game. 1-0 the count. As Akron still trying to crack the hit column. They've gone 6 up, 6 down to this point. Suns batting .244 on the season. The 1-0 pitch will catch the outside corner for a called strike. Evens up the count at 1 apiece. But in 41 at-bats, she has just 3 extra base hits. That's 3 doubles. It's a .311 on-base percentage. 1-1 pitch will miss in the dirt dugout by the catcher, Bernard. Suns now up in the count 2-1 as pretty often in this one, despite retiring all 6 batters to this point, Cole has found herself behind in the count, but it has not mattered. She's been able to battle back and retire Zips batters as 2-1 pitch is cut on by Suns and fouled back into the screen behind home plate. And now even up the count at 2 apiece. As Akron has not been able to get to 5 runs in a ball game since back on the 16th of April. And if you look before that, it's been a long streak. As 2-1 pitch misses for a ball, even at the count. Or runs the count full, 3-2. As Cole looks into the dugout. And she'll deal the full count pitch. That will miss high and outside. It'll be a leadoff walk issued to Maggie Sons, the first base runner that the Zips will have in the ball game. And that'll bring in the catcher for Akron, Caitlin Reynolds. As falling behind in the count hasn't come back to bite Cole so far in the outing, but it does there. And now she'll have to deal with a base runner for the first time as Caitlin Reynolds digs into the right-handed batter's box. Reynolds on the season comes in batting .167. First pitch comes right down Main Street for a called strike, 0-1. Reynolds has played in 14 games so far this season, seeing 24 at-bats. As she squares the bunt, and that pitch looks like it hit her. And they're going to call her inside the box at the time the ball hit her, so that will be a foul ball. She did get the bunt down, as running on the pitch was Maggie Sons. But since the ball hit Reynolds in the box, it'll be a foul ball, and the count is now 0-2, and be shocked to see the bunt sign on again with there being 2 strikes. Oh, 2 pitch from Cole is swung on and popped right side of the infield towards second baseman, as that'll be Mackenzie Vaughn. She's able to squeeze it with 2 hands. Very easy play to retire the first batter of the inning, Caitlin Reynolds. As a nice pitch there from Cole on the 0-2, able to get the jam shot, and a nice easy play for Vaughn as she took a couple steps back to make the catch, and that'll bring in Anna Aquino. First pitch to Aquino, misses outside for a ball, 1-0. As Aquino is a freshman, utility player for the Zips, batting from the left side. She comes in batting .229 on the season. The 1-0 pitch will catch the outside part of the plate for a called strike. Evens up the count at 1 apiece to Aquino. 5-0 lead for the Bobcats here with 1 away in the top of the 3rd inning, and leading off of first is Maggie Sons. 1-1 pitch took something off. It did Cole, but it misses just a bit low for a ball, and Aquino will be up in the count now 2-1. Ohio has not lost to Akron since 2017. They look to keep that streak up with the doubleheader today. This is the first game as 2-1 pitch cut on and foul back into the mitt of the catcher Bernard, as she got Aquino to chase the high fastball, and that'll push the count to 2-2. 2-2 pitch from Cole is caught on a miss, strike 3. Second punch out of the ball game for Mackenzie Cole, and despite the leadoff walk, she hasn't let it bother her, has been able to retire the next 2 Akron batters, and the lineup will turn over now for Molly McChesney. As to lead off the ball game, McChesney grounded out to third base back in the top of the first inning. First pitch into her, misses high and outside. She takes it for a ball. And McChesney finds herself up in the count 1-0. Akron trying to snap a 14-game losing skid on the season, as the 1-0 pitch squaring the bunt did McChesney, and she was unable to keep it fair. She got it a little bit off the end of the bat, and it goes foul to even the count at 1 apiece. Here comes a pitch into McChesney, one lined out into center field. Now will get down for a base hit. As McChesney with the 2-out base hit, able to keep the inning alive. That's the first hit of the ball game for the Zips, and they'll now have 2 runners on with 2 away. So a chance to try to claw back into this one, trying to answer the 5 spot that the Bobcats put up in the bottom of the second inning. As that's the first base hit of the ball game. So now it'll be Suns on second and McChesney on first for Madison Dudek, the third baseman. First pitch into her will miss low and inside for a ball. 1-0 the count. Dudek flew out into right field back in the top of the first inning, as now we'll get a quick visit on the mound. As Bobcats looking to also snap a bit of a losing skid, nowhere near as close to as long as the Zips have had so far this season, as they were able to win the first 2 of the weekend 4-game series against Bowling Green. They won 4-3, then 2-0, but then lost the second 2 games 10-1 and 2-1. That's kind of been how Ohio has been in conference play this year. They come in at 10-10 and just haven't really been able to win too many series. Have split a lot of the 4-game series they've played in so far this year, as the 1-0 pitch is cut on and fouled, backing out of play over top the backstop as Dudek now is an even count at 1 apiece. The 1-1 pitch will be a changeup taken low and inside for a ball by Dudek. She's up in the count 2-1. That's kind of been the theme for Cole. She's worked behind to a lot of hitters so far through the first 3 innings, but hasn't shown for Akron on the scoreboard much, as they haven't been able to score. As that one is popped up too short, called by the shortstop, Katie Young, and she will make the 2-handed squeeze to retire the side. So Akron does get a couple base runners this inning, but are unable to capitalize on the opportunity, as no runs on 1 hit and 2 left on base. We head into the bottom of the third. Ohio looking to expand on their 5-0 lead when we return in the bottom of the third inning. Bottom of the third inning. Bobcats lead this one over the Akron Zips 5-0, the first of a doubleheader. As this one moving along here, started at around 1:03. The second game is set unofficially to start at 3. Of course, we'll see whenever this game concludes, as Bobcats are able to buy a round in the bottom of the second, plating 5 runs, as the middle of the order will be due up once again. Analia Paoli, who led off the big second inning with an infield single, and she eventually came around to score. As remaining on the mound is Olivia Otani for the Zips. First pitch into Paoli, misses high and outside for a ball, 1-0. As Paoli's had a very successful freshman year, coming in, playing in every single game, and batting .348. 1-0 pitch, misses low and inside to Paoli. She's now up in the count, 2-0. 2-0 pitch in is swung on and grounded in between first and second and out into right field for a base hit for Paoli, as the right fielder for Akron came up throwing to first, Aquino, but there was no shot of getting Paoli out on that one. Is nice approach there, 2-0, not trying to do too much, just kind of inside out at a pitch in between first and second out into right field, as Paoli has her second hit of the ball game, both of them being singles. And this looking very similar to how the second inning started. Paoli on first base with a leadoff single that will bring in the catcher, Sophia Bernard. As now we have maybe a substitution for Akron, as the umpire pointing out towards the mound, not sure exactly what the switch is yet. There's a couple Akron players trotting down towards the bullpen, but haven't seen anybody new enter the ball game just yet. And now coming out of the dugout for Akron is number 27. That'll be Sheridan Wilbur. So it looks like we could perhaps see a pitching change for Akron in the ball game. As Wilbur on the mound to warm up, we'll step aside for a few minutes and inform you on the changes. When we come back, it's the bottom of the third inning. Ohio leads 5-0 with a runner on first base, as pitching change here for the Zips.
Pitching change for the Zips. Now on the mound, Sheridan Wilbur.
You gon' get the biggest Chanel, I get a store if you want it. I gave him the drill, they said it up, I got him on it. I bought a new bag, I had to watch for two tones. Taking these drugs up on me up until the morning. Then I just call you just to listen, you don't own it. If I'm in the club, I got that phone at the phone. And the back end desk came in and out honest. Stop the low cute, and y'all honest. I'm from Atlanta where young run. I know they hating on me, but I don't be calm. Whenever I tell her to come, she come. Whenever it's smoke, we ain't earning. Just too hard, don't stand too close.
As Wilbur is done warming up, as Wilbur will replace Otani, who that will end the book on her day. She goes 2+ innings, allowing 5 hits, 5 runs. 6 hits, all of the 5 runs being earned, 1 strikeout and 1 walk. As coming into pitch is the freshman Sheridan Wilbur. She comes in holding a 1-3 record with a 7.71 ERA in 26 1/3 innings pitched. So new pitcher for Sophia Bernard. First pitch is a called strike. 0-1 the count. As still on first base is Paoli after her leadoff single that evidently chased Otani out of the game. as the righty Wilbur will rock and fire. The 0-1 pitch misses outside for a ball. Evens up the count at 1 apiece, as Bernard also had an infield single in the bottom of the second inning and eventually came around to score on the RBI double from Caitlin Fogue. 1-1 pitch to Bernard is skied high in the air, right side of the infield. Second baseman for Akron calls everybody off. That is Maggie Sons, and she's able to make the catch. So Wilbur comes in and is able to retire the first batter she faces, as Bernard is retired for the first out, and they'll bring in Caroline Spacek. Spacek had a sacrifice bunt in her first plate appearance in the game that moved up Paoli and Bernard, who both eventually came around to score. First pitch into her, misses low and inside in the dirt. In fact, nice job there by the catcher Reynolds digging it out to keep Paoli at first base. But Spacek will be up in the count now, 1-0. Yeah, Spacek chases that pitch high and outside. Runner going on the pitch, and she slides in safely for the stolen base. So Paoli able to grab a bag there. Looked like the hit and run may have been on because that pitch was really far out of the strike zone, and Spacek chased it. But Paoli is into second safely with a stolen base. That is the freshman's third on the season. So now a runner in scoring position with 1 away. Ohio leads it 5-0 over Akron as they look to grab the first game of the doubleheader. 1-1 pitch to Spacek. She's on top of that one and chops it foul down the third baseline as it rolls all the way out into left field. And Spacek will have to protect with 2 strikes, down to the count 1-2. Wilbur, the 1-2 pitch into Spacek, and it looked like that one bounced in the dirt and got away from the catcher, and heads up play from Paoli, seeing that one kick away as she's able to move up to third base on the wild pitch. That'll even up the count at 2 apiece to Spacek, who now probably needs to put the ball in play here to perhaps plate Ohio another run. Two-two pitch, Spacek looped out into shallow center field, and that one will be hauled in, runner tagging from third, but now a strong throw will put her back at third base. So Paoli thought about taking home, but a nice play there from McChesney out in center field keeps her honest, and she heads back to the bag at third. And Spacek thought that one had a chance at falling in there just shallow of the center fielder, but McChesney got a good read on the ball, broke in on it nicely to make the catch in the air, and then a nice throw home to keep Paoli at third base. And now it's going to take a base knock with 2 away to plate the runner as Caitlin Fogue digs in. Takes the first pitch in the dirt. Nice block there from the catcher Reynolds to keep the ball in front of her and keep Paoli at third base, but the count will be 1-0 to Fogue. Fogue had an RBI double, 2 RBI double to start the scoring for the Bobcats in the bottom of the second inning. As it was their 3rd double on the season, and RBI 7 and 8. As Wilbur will look to get these final 3 outs without surrendering a run, as that one lashed out towards the shortstop, and she will make the catch on the fly. That's Jaden Bryan out there at shortstop for the Zips. So Fogue got some nice contact on that one, but unfortunately right at the shortstop, and now will retire the side in the bottom of the third inning. 1 hit in the inning, no runs, no errors, and 1 left stranded at third base as the score remains 5-0 as we're through 3 here at Ohio softball field. Hitting the top of the 4th, Ohio looking to keep the shutout on against the Akron Zips here in game 1 of this doubleheader. Moving along in the ball game here at Ohio's softball field. Top of the 4th inning. Bobcats with a 5-run lead, 5-0, as it'll be the heart of the order due up for the Zips as they try to crack the scoreboard in this one. Jaden Bryant, Laurel DeVoe, and Jesse Holzman all due up for the Zips. As Mackenzie Cole back out on the mound for the Bobcats for her 4th inning of work in this one, as only allowing 1 hit to this point. Did have to work out of some trouble last inning, a couple base runners, 1 on a walk and 1 on a base hit, but she was able to get a pop-up to retire the side. First pitch of the inning is cut on and missed by Jaden Bryant, 0-1 the count. As Jaden Bryant lined out to first base her last time up. 0-1 pitch. Cole took something off it, but Bryant able to hold back and take the pitch that missed just above the letters for a ball. Evens up the count at 1. As Cole spinning the ball in her right hand. Now she's ready to go. The 1-1 pitch lined out in between short and third and out into left field for a base hit, as she turns around the bag at first, but that's where she'll stay. So Bryant, nice piece of hitting there, able to keep the hands inside the baseball and rip it out into left field. Second hit of the ball game for the Zips, and the leadoff batter is on in the top of the 4th inning. That will bring up the cleanup batter, Laurel DeVoe. First pitch into DeVoe, misses low and outside for a ball, 1-0. As DeVoe struck out swinging to lead off the top of the 2nd inning, as that ball is lined out into left center field. No get off the wall, as going to third and being held there will be Jaden Bryant, as it's going to be a long single for DeVoe as she got around on that pitch and lashed it deep out into center field off the wall. So back-to-back base hits here for the Zips, and all of a sudden they have runners at the corners with nobody away for Jesse Holzman, the first baseman. As that ball is just kind of left out over the plate there by Cole, and DeVoe being the cleanup hitter, she jumped all over it and lashed it deep out into center field. But nice job there from Anglet to play that ball to keep her at first base. As now the first pitch in the Holzman will be swung on and popped out into shallow center field. Calling it off is Anglet. The runner will bluff a tag-up attempt, and Anglet able to make the catch in the air. Strong throw home, keeps her at third base as Bernard able to block the ball. So nice recovery pitch there from Cole. She's able to get a 1 pitch out to Holzman. Runners remain at the corners. That'll bring up Tiffany Stevens as Cole continues to try to work out of this jam. It's a 5-0 lead, 1 away. Runners at the corners in the top of the 4th inning. Tiffany Stevens so far on the day, 0 for 1, grounded out to short to retire the side in the top of the 2nd inning. She squares the bunt, pops it up, and diving attempt from the catcher there, Bernard, but it's just past her outstretched glove as the ball will land in foul territory and be a 0-1 count to Stevens, as trying to get a bunt down to perhaps get Jaden Bryant in from third, but unable to keep it foul. And of course you want to get a bunt like that down to avoid the situation that almost happened, like Bernard being able to catch it on the fly. 0-1 pitch swung on and popped foul and out of play behind home plate and over top the press box. And Cole now way ahead in the count, 0-2. Runners still on the corners. Stevens, only 4 RBIs on the year, so hasn't been big in situations like these with runners in scoring position. Here comes a 0-2 pitch. That one misses well outside for a ball. Runner takes off for second. Throw down is not in time. She's underneath the tag and safe. But Jaden Bryant does stay at third base. So stolen base there for Laurel DeVoe, as that'll be her first stolen base on the season. Now 2 runners in scoring position. The pitch was a ball. 1-2 count. Cole spins the ball in the right hand, rocks, fires, 1-2 pitch, swung on a foul back into the netting behind home plate. So Stevens fighting in there. As a big at-bat here could change the momentum a little bit, as it was a 5-run bottom of the second that scored all the runs we've seen so far in this ball game. So Ohio leads at 5-0, looking to hang on to that lead. Here comes a 1-2 pitch. It bounces in the dirt. Taken by Stevens. Nice block by Bernard behind the plate to keep the runners where they are at second and third, as that will run the count to 2-2. The 2-2 pitch home, swung on and flied out into fairly deep left field. Lining up is the left fielder. She'll make the catch. Here comes the throw home. It is cut off by the first baseman, spot check. So it'll be a sac fly RBI for Tiffany Stevens, her 5th RBI on the season. And Akron will crack the scoreboard here in the top of the 4th inning, as that will make the score 5-1. Just a nice job by Stevens there, being able to just get a ball lifted into the outfield, as that's all you really need to do with less than 1 out. And a runner on third base. A nice execution there. First pitch swung on a foul. Down the first base dugout, and reaching into the dugout is Spacek to make the catch and retire the side. Heck of a play there from the Bobcats third baseman to retire the side, but not before Akron is able to get a run on the sacrifice fly from Tiffany Stevens, as 1 run comes in the inning on 2 hits, and 1 runner will be left on base. No errors. As we head into the bottom of the 4th inning, Ohio still holding on to a 4-run lead, 5-1, as we move on here at Ohio softball field. Bottom of the 4th inning, 8-9-1 due up for the Bobcats as they look to get that run back that they gave up in the top of the 4th inning. They still lead it 5-1. As it'll be Alexis Dahl followed by Emily Walker and Allie Anglet due up for the Bobcats here in this bottom of the 4th inning, as Akron was able to plate a run on the sac fly from Tiffany Stevens, scoring Jaden Bryant. Here comes the first pitch of the inning into Alexis Dahl, and misses upstairs for a ball, 1-0. As still out there on the mound for Akron is Sheridan Wilbur. She's the second to get in the circle for the Zips in this game. The 1-0 pitch will again miss high for a ball, 2-0. As in her first at-bat of the game, Dahl had an RBI double to left field. That brought in Caitlin Fogue, as 2-0 pitch will catch the strike zone for a called strike to the Bobcats' designated player in this game 1 of the doubleheader between the Zips and the Bobcats. The 2-1 pitch again misses high for Dahl. She was just not chasing that high pitch, and she's in the driver's seat now, up 3-1 in the count. But Wilbur came in relief for Olivia Otani, who gave up 5 runs in 2 innings of work. All of them were earned. She is on the hook for the loss if the score remains the same. 3-1 pitch, big cut from Dahl. She swings on it and fouls it well out of play over top the first base dugout. Now a run, the count full to the first batter of the inning here in the bottom of the fourth for Ohio. Wilbur will rock and fire. Full count pitch is grounded to second. Throw on to first in time to retire Dahl. Has nice easy play there for the second baseman's sons as ball took a nice easy hop to her, and Dahl will be retired to lead off the bottom of the fourth inning, as that will bring in the left fielder Emily Walker.
Emily Walker.
As Walker in her first plate appearance drew a walk and then eventually came around to score on the infield single by Katie Yun. As squaring to bunt was Walker, she pulls it back and takes the pitch inside for a ball. 1-0 the count. As Sheridan looks at the wrist guard on a left arm, now she'll fire the 1-0 pitch, cut on and fouled over top the first base dugout and out of play. That'll even up the count at 1 apiece to Emily Walker. As for Walker, it was the 6th walk she had drawn on the season. This point squares the bunt again. That one misses well high and over top of everybody as that gets by the catcher Reynolds all the way back to the backstop. 2-1 the count now to Walker. But Walker, just a freshman out of Plain City, Ohio, has seen a lot of action this year, playing in 27 games, and has had a great batting average in MAC play, 364. She gets the bunt down, fielded, bobbled by the pitcher Sheridan, then a bad throw gets by the second baseman covering first, and moving up to second on the throwing error is Emily Walker, as looked like Wilbur just kind of panicked as coming off the mound fielding it, had trouble fielding the ball cleanly, then just spiked the throw into the dirt, as covering the bag was the second baseman's sons. The throw gets by her, so the error on the pitcher Sheridan will allow Walker to move all the way up to second base, and the lineup will now turn over to Allie Anglett. So one away in the bottom of the fourth inning, 5-1. Bobcats lead at first. Pitch into Anglett, swung on and roped out into left field, but coming in to make the catch is the left fielder to retire Anglett. Diving back in safely to second base is Walker as they tried to double her off. That's the second time in the game that Anglett hit a ball pretty hard, but once again right at an Akron fielder. As thought she might be able to sneak that one down the line, but left fielder was on it to retire the side. Now 2 away, and remaining at second base is Emily Walker. That'll bring up Katie Yun. First pitch into Yun misses inside for a ball, 1-0. As in her 2 at-bats to this point, Yun has popped up to second, as well as getting an RBI infield single, as the RBI was her 17th on the season, as the pitch again misses low and inside to Yun. She's up in the count 2-0. As Sheridan looks in, rocks and fires a 2-0 pitch. This one misses low below the knees for a ball, and 3 straight balls to Katie Yun. Has her well ahead in the count, 3-0 with 2 away in the inning. 5-1 Ohio leads Akron in the bottom of inning number 4. As fourth pitch of the at-bat will come over the plate for a called strike. That puts the count at 3-1, but Yun still well ahead in the count. As third on the team in RBIs is Yun. She has yet another opportunity to add on to her total, as 3-1 pitch will miss low and inside for a ball. Yun able to draw the walk, and now Wilbur will have to deal with another base runner. 2 on and 2 out for the number 3 batter, Mackenzie Vaughn. As Mackenzie Vaughn, of course, a grad transfer from Florida Gulf Coast University, has had a big impact on the team this year. She swings the first pitch, loops it out in between short and second, but a diving play there from the second baseman, Maggie Sons, as she had to come a long way. She was shaded a little bit to her left and makes a long run and a nice diving catch to retire the side in the 4th inning, as Ohio was able to get a couple runners on but unable to move them around, as the lead will remain 4-5-1 as we move into the 5th inning of this ball game between Akron and Ohio. Moving into the final 3 innings of this one, as the Bobcats still clinging to a 4-run lead, 5-1 over the Akron Zips, as Ohio looking to get back in the win column after dropping their last 2 to Bowling Green over the weekend, as a win in this game, first of a doubleheader, would put them back at 500 at 15-15 on the year and put them above 500 in MAC play, as they currently sit at 10-10. First pitch into the leadoff batter this inning for Akron is Caitlin Reynolds. She swings at the pitch and fouls it back into the backstop behind home plate. And the count will be 0-1 as Mackenzie Cole still in the circle for the Bobcats, as the 0-1 pitch comes in, and that is a nice changeup that is taken for a ball, even at the count at 1-1. It's a pretty easy first couple innings for Cole, and then had to deal with 2 base runners in the 3rd. She was able to get out of the jam, but allowed a couple more base runners in the 4th, and 1 scored on a sac fly from Tiffany Stevens, as 1-1 pitch cut on and missed by Reynolds. She'll be down in the count 1-2, as Akron's catcher so far in this game is 0 for 1 with a pop-up to second base in her only at-bat in the 3rd inning. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Cole. That one will miss up high for a ball, even at the count at 2 apiece. As Cole will look into the dugout to get her sign. Now the 2-2 pitch home will be taken for a ball, as that was a really close pitch. And that will run the count full. It's not maybe that pitch was just a tad upstairs. So a real good take there from Reynolds, as I think Ohio thought they had the punch out there. But full count pitch will come. That will miss high and outside for a ball. So the second walk issued in the ball game by Mackenzie Cole, and there will be a leadoff batter on for Akron for the 3rd consecutive inning, as they look to continue to claw their way back into this one, as they were trailing 5-0 after the 2nd inning. They've gotten 1 of those runs back, but still have a long way to go, as they'll bring in the 9-hole batter, Anna Aquino. As Bernard will go out to talk to Cole after the leadoff walk. There's not very many walks, only 2 for Cole in this game, but she has thrown a lot of balls, have been working from behind in the count many times in this game. As Aquino, the right fielder for Akron in this one, 0 for 1 in the game. She is 1 of 2 of Cole's strikeouts so far. As first pitch into her misses low for a ball, 1-0. As now coming out once again to talk to Cole is Kenzie Rourke. No one warming up for the Bobcats, so wouldn't expect to see any kind of change just yet. Just trying to calm Mackenzie Cole down. As like I mentioned earlier in the inning, no real trouble throughout the first couple innings, but these last couple innings she has seen a couple more base runners reach a board. And of course, you never want to have a leadoff walk as they ever so often come back to come around to score. As a little mound visit is over, here comes the 1-0 pitch to Aquino. She tries the bunt and pops it up, but it lands foul on the first base side. And that evens up the count at 1 apiece. Here comes a 1-1 pitch from Cole. Another bunt attempt from Aquino, and she offers at it and is unable to get a piece of the ball. As that will put Cole up in the count now 1-2, and be shocked to see the bunt sign still on for Aquino with the 1-2 count. As here comes a pitch in from Cole. Runner takes off, pitch misses outside. Bernard had a trouble handling it after she received the pitch. So it'll be a stolen base there for Caitlin Reynolds. She moves into scoring position with nobody out. Count is even now at 2-2. As for Reynolds, that is just her second stolen base on the year. As out of all the categories, stolen bases is the one thing Akron has done somewhat well. They're 8th in stolen base percentage this year, which is around the middle of the pack. And the 2-2 pitch, swung on a miss, strike 3. Third punch out of the game for Mackenzie Cole. Second time she's been able to ring up Aquino. And that is the first out recorded here in the top of the 5th inning. As the lineup now turns over, it'll be Molly McChesney. First pitch in, McChesney lays down a bunt. It's a good one. It'll be a tough throw over to first, and the throw is not in time. As perfectly placed there from the lefty McChesney, just a few feet down the third base line, as Paoli was playing up, and she did charge it, made a strong throw, but just not in time. That'll be the second hit of the game for McChesney, and now there's runners at the corners with still only one away for Madison Dudek. As you got to assume McChesney with her speed will probably be taking off on one of these first couple pitches to try to move another runner into scoring position, with the middle of the order due up after Dudek as she squares the bunt, and it will roll up the first base line. And now caught in between home and third is the base runner as it's thrown back to spot check. She tries to run her back to third as she puts the tag on her, and she is called out. As a nice play there, as it looked like Reynolds at third was kind of hesitant to run at first, and then she broke a little bit late. And then a heads-up play there to come home with the ball as they get her caught up between third and home. And Reynolds is tagged out, so that'll be a costly second out of the inning for Akron, as they still have runners on first and second now. But a nice play there from Ohio to tag her out in between third and home. First pitch into Jaden Bryant, catches the outside part of the plate for a called strike, 0-1, as that changes the momentum of the inning completely, as it goes from first and third with one out to only first and second with two away. As the 0-1 pitch is swung on and popped up left side of the infield, calling everybody off is Katie Young, the shortstop. One step into the left field outfield grass. She will squeeze it to make the catch. So Cole able to work her way out of some trouble, as Akron had runners at the corners with only one away, but unable to bring across a run as we head into the bottom of the 5th inning. Still a 5-1 lead for the Bobcats over the Zips in game 1 of this doubleheader.
Bottom of the 5th inning here at Ohio softball field, as it will be middle of the order due up for the Bobcats here. It is Analia Paoli, Sophia Bernard, and Caroline Spacek. All due up this inning in the bottom of the 5th as the Bobcats look to build on this 4-run lead they built up, as all 5 of their runs had come in the bottom of the 2nd inning as they plated 5 runs on 5 hits. And that inning all started with Paoli, who's in the right-handed batter's box now. As the first pitch into her from Sheridan will be a called strike on the inside corner, 0-1, as Sheridan Wilbur out on the mound for her 3rd inning of work. One pitch to Paoli, bouncing the dirt, and she hops out of the way of it and takes it for a ball. Evens up the count at 1-1, as Paoli's had a couple of singles, came around to score once, and was also stranded at 3rd her last time reaching the base pass. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded out to short, fielded on a hop throw on to first is a strong one, and in time to retire Paoli by a step. So nice play there from the shortstop, Jaden Bryant. And for the first time in the game, Paoli, leading off an inning, is retired. So now she's 2 for 3 on the game. That brings in the catcher, Sophia Bernard. First pitch from Wilbur into Bernard is a changeup, catches the outside corner for a called strike, 0-1. As Sophia on the day, 1 for 2. She singled back in the 2nd inning and came around to score one of the 5 runs in that inning, and also popped out to second base her last time up. 0-1 pitch into Bernard, swung and belted down the left field line, but it's going to hook just foul, as Bernard was able to get around on that pitch, but just a little bit too far out in front, and it'll just be a long foul ball. Bernard will be down in the count 0-2. As Bernard did a good job keeping the hands inside of that inside pitch, but just again, just a little bit too far inside, as the 0-2 pitch is swung on and fouled back and hits off the mitt of the catcher, DeVoe. And the count remains 0-2. As a long look into the dugout, getting the sign from the first base dugout is Wilbur. Now she's ready. Another 0-2 pitch to Bernard is again swung on, and this one fouled up the third base line in the third base coaching box. And we'll do it again, 0-2 to Sophia Bernard with 1 away in the bottom of the 5th inning. Ohio leads at 5-1. With a victory, Ohio would move to 11-10 in MAC play, getting above 500, trying to move up the standings. As the 0-2 pitch, that one is laced out into left, but it will get out into the Ohio bullpen. As Bernard in this at-bat's hit a couple hard and long foul balls, but just a little bit out in front of both, and just yanked them foul down the left field line. That's another 0-2 pitch. This one will miss low and in the dirt for a ball. Nice take there from Bernard to work a long at-bat here. 1-2 the count now. As Bernard has seen limited action this year, only 10 games, 10 at-bats. She was able to record her first hit on the season earlier in the game today. And of course, once you get the first, just want to keep building upon that, as that pitch will hit Bernard on the 1-2 count, as she will trot up the first base line on the hit by pitch. As that'll just be the 16th time an Ohio batter has been hit by a pitch this year. As now we'll get the runner for the catcher, Bernard, at first base. As we'll see who will be trotted out there, as that looks like number 0, the freshman Tori O'Brien, will run for Bernard, who who just got hit by the pitch. It'll be a runner on first with one away.
For the Bobcats. Now at first, number 0, Tori O'Brien.
And that'll bring up Caroline Spacek, the first baseman. She is 0 for 1 so far in the game. Had a sacrifice bunt in her first at-bat that moved runners up to second and third. It also flew out to center field her last time up. First pitch in, O'Brien takes off on the first pitch, and she slides in, and she is safe as the pitch is a strike to Spacek, but O'Brien comes in and quickly makes an impact, stealing the bag. That's her 6th stolen base for the freshman this year. And now she is in scoring position with only one away. So O'Brien wastes no time making any kind of impact on the game, comes in as the pinch runner for Bernard, and immediately steals second base. As pitch into Spacek, misses high and outside. She takes it for a ball, then it'll even up the count at 1 apiece. So Ohio looking to get on the scoreboard for the first time since the second inning. They scored 5 in that inning. That's where all 5 of their runs that they have in this 5-1 lead came from. 1-1 pitch. Spacek is able to line that one into left field. It will drop for a base hit. Being held up at third base is O'Brien. But a nice piece of hitting there from Spacek, able to get a base hit out into left field. That's her first base knock of the game, and now runners are at the corners with still only one away for the right fielder, Caitlin Fogue. As Fogue already has a 2 RBI double off the center field wall earlier on in the game. So an opportunity to add even more RBIs to her total in this one. She's also lined out to shortstop, 1 for 2 in the ballgame. First pitch to her is chopped over to third baseman, who is drawn in. Will get out into left field for a base hit. Coming in to score is O'Brien. Moving up to second is Spacek. And that will give the Bobcats once again a 5-run lead. It's 6-1 here in the bottom of the 5th. Third RBI of the game for Fogue.
Batting for the Bobcats, your designated player, number 6.
As with the infielder at third base, drawn in a little bit, Fogue just able to get around on that ball. It takes a nice hop over the third baseman out into left field for a base hit, but Bobcats still can add on more here as Alexis Dahl, the first pitch, comes into her, misses outside for a ball, 1-0. As Dahl so far on the day, 1 for 2. She also had an RBI double to left field back in the second inning. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. This one does catch the outside part of the plate for a called strike. Evens up the count at 1 apiece. As that RBI for Dahl earlier in the game was her 7th on the season. And she has a chance with a couple runners on to add a couple more. She swings at the 1-1 pitch and fouls it back into the backstop behind home plate. She'll have to protect 1-2 with 1 away in the inning. Bobcats lead this one 6-1 over the Zips. Looking to take the first of the doubleheader. One-two pitch misses low and outside for a ball that evens up the count at 2. As leading off a second is Spacek on first base. Caitlin Fogue, who just had an RBI single. As Wilbur checks her wrist guard, now she'll rock and fire. 2-2 pitch misses upstairs to Dahl for a ball that will run the count full. Wilbur will spin the ball in her right hand. Full count pitch home, swung on, lashed out into center field. That will get down for a base hit. Being sent in to score is Spacek. The throw will be cut off, and sliding in safely is Spacek at home. It's another RBI single for Alexis Dahl, her second hit and second RBI in the game. And Ohio plates their second run of this inning. They now lead it by 6, 7-1.
Emily Walker.
Nice piece of hitting there by Dahl. Real solid at bat, and just takes that pitch right where it came from, back up the middle, out into center field. As now moving all the way up to third on the base hit was Fogue, as runners on the corners yet again for Ohio in this one. And now bringing the 9th hitter, Emily Walker. As now a quick little visit behind the circle for Akron, as it looks like they're going to make a change here, and we'll wait to see what that is. As it looks like we're going to see another pitching change. As it looks like Otani is going to be able to re-enter into the game to go back out on the mound, as she did pitch the first couple innings of the game. So we'll step aside for a couple minutes as she warms back up. 7-1 lead, Bobcats with 2 runners on here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Back at the bottom of the 5th inning continues here, as Otani will re-enter the game. She did pitch the first 2 innings and gave up 5 hits and 5 runs, as coming out of the game on the mound is Sheridan Wilbur. As already 2 runs have come in to score for the Bobcats in this inning on RBI singles from Caitlin Fogue and Alexis Dahl, as they have accounted for 5 of the 7 Ohio RBIs so far in the ball game. Runners at the corners. Emily Walker digs in. First pitch into her, misses high and outside for a ball, 1-0. Walker so far in the game has walked and came around to score, and also reached on an error by the pitcher Wilbur, and was stranded at second base in the bottom of the 4th inning. 1-0 pitch will miss just inside to Emily Walker. Nice take there to put her up in the count, 2-0. That's a long look into the dugout from the pitcher Otani, who just re-entered the game. The 2-0 pitch is taken on the inside for a called strike. Walker thought about swinging, but pitch ended up being a called strike anyway. 2-1 will be the count now, as Fogue is on third base. Alexis Dahl leads off of first. 2-1 pitch swung and lined out into the gap between left and center field. 1 run in the score, another one being sent. The throw goes into third. Throw home is not in time. Diving in safely is Alexis Dahl. It'll be a 2 RBI double for the left fielder Emily Walker, and Ohio really opening this one up now. 4 runs have been in the score in this one, and it is a 9-1 lead for the Bobcats. And that'll end the game, as it will be an 8-run rule limit here in the 5th inning, as Ohio will pull off the victory 9-1 here in game 1, as they only needed really 2 innings to do it when it came to hitting, as they scored 5 in the bottom of the 2nd. They played 4 there, as Walker able to finish the game off with the 2 RBI double, as for her on the season.
As a reminder, outside food and beverages are not permitted in
Those will be RBIs 9 and 10. So really the bottom of the order getting it done for the Bobcats in this one, as the bottom 3 of the order account for 7 of the 9 RBIs they had in the game, and Ohio is able to pull off the victory. Mackenzie Cole will get the win. The loss will go to Otani, and the Bobcats are back to 500 on the season, 15 of 15, 11 and 10 in MAC play. Make sure you stay tuned as we do have the second of the doubleheader here. But Ohio wins game 1, 9-1 over the Zips, as we'll see you for the second game.
shortstop, number 2, Madison Duty. Batting third and playing center field, number 19, Jaden Bryant. Batting fourth and catching, number 24, Laurel DeVoe. Batting fifth, the designated player, number 5, Jesse Holzman. Batting sixth and playing third base, number 25, Callie McIntosh Holder. Batting seventh and playing second base, number 4, Maggie Sons. Batting eighth and pitching, number 30, Olivia Stefanoni. Batting ninth and playing right field, number 7, Tiffany Stevens. And playing first base, number 22, Tegan Rice. Akron is coached by Megan Pettipies, assisted by Bill Graham, Janelle Hayes, and Hunter Bransford. And now, here's today's starting lineup for your Ohio Bobcats. Leading off and playing center field, number 4, Allie Englund. Batting second and playing shortstop, number 8, Katie Young. Batting third and playing second base, number 7, Mackenzie Vaughn. Batting fourth and playing third base, number 3, Analia Paoli. Batting fifth and playing first base, number 2, Caroline Spotek. Batting sixth, your designated player, number 6, Alexis Dahl. Batting seventh and playing right field, number 11, Caitlin Bowes. Batting eighth and playing left field, number 10, Emily Walker. Batting ninth and catching, number 12, Brooke Bright. And on the mound for your Bobcats, number 22, Maddie McCready. Coaching for your Bobcats is Kenzie Rohr, assisted by Ashley Taylor and Garrett Furman.
What's your last name?
Every single night, every single day, I'ma do my thing, I'ma do my thing. So don't you worry about me, I'ma be okay. I'ma do my thing, 'cause I'ma do my thing.
Welcome back into Ohio softball field for Game 2 of the doubleheader between the Ohio Bobcats and the Akron Zips. As Ohio was able to take Game 1 of the doubleheader 9-1 in just 5 innings by scoring 5 runs in the bottom of the 5th and adding, bottom of the 2nd, excuse me, then adding 4 more in the bottom of the 5th. As for Game 2, Joy Medora alongside Carl Blaylock. Carl, glad you could join us for this Game 2 of the series, and of course you were sitting there watching. I mean, what did you kind of see there from that first game? I mean, it's just kind of a dominant offensive performance by Ohio, and also a very good job by Mackenzie Cole on the mound led to a pretty easy victory.
Yeah, Cole had 3 strikeouts, but she just was able to limit the contact. There really wasn't all that many hits that went very far for the Zips.
Yeah, no, not at all. It's not been a very strong hitting Akron team throughout this season, as mentioned a bunch of times in the first game. Bottom of the MAC in many different hitting categories, and that just continued as they dropped to 3-28. Ohio now at 15-15 and above 500 at 11-10 as they'll look to sweep the doubleheader today against Akron. First pitch in from the starting pitcher, Maddie McCready, catches the outside corner for a called strike to Molly McChesney, who also led off for the Zips in the first game here today. Second pitch in from McCready, misses high and outside for a ball. As that will even up the count at 1 apiece, as in Game 1, McChesney was able to go 2 for 3 with a couple of base hits in the ball game, including a bunt single. 1-1 pitch from McCready. Just misses the outside part of the plate, puts McChesney up in the count, 2-1, as McCready did not pitch in the first game. So far on the season, this boasts a 7-5 record with a 4.8 ERA and 81 2/3 innings pitched. 2-1 pitch cut on and missed by the left-handed hitting McChesney. That'll even up the count at 2 apiece.
McCready with 52 strikeouts compared to 27 walks on the year.
Yeah, that's a ratio you'll definitely take, right?
2-1, pretty much.
The 2-2 pitch in from McCready. Caught him, miss, strike 3. McCready comes right after McChesney for the punch out to retire the leadoff batter here in this game 2 of the doubleheader. McChesney retired. That'll bring in the number 2 batter, Madison Dudek. As McCready looks into the dugout, as that strikeout number 53 for on the season. First pitch misses outside for a ball, 1-0. As Dudek in game number 1 went 0 for 3 in the ball game. As Akron not really able to muster much offense in that game, only plating 1 run. As the 1-0 pitch is swung on a foul back, hits off the pole of the backstop, holding it up. That evens up the count at 1 apiece. But Akron's losing streak now at 14 after dropping game 1 today to Ohio. As 1-1 pitch in will come right down the middle, taken for a called strike by Dudek. That makes the count 1-2. As McCready in position for back-to-back punch-outs here to start off the ball game. As the 1-2 pitch in rides high and inside, ducking out of the way if it was Dudek. That will even up the count at 2 apiece. But a 9-1 victory in game 1 of the doubleheader between the Bobcats and the Zips. That put Ohio to 500 on the year at 15-15. 2-2 pitch misses high and outside this time. A couple of easy takes there from Dudek, and now I'll run the count full. But a key win in the MAC standings that puts Ohio at 11-10 as they're set at 5th in the MAC coming into the day. And if Carl, you can get another victory, then they might be able to jump Kent State, who sits at 8-7, as the win percentage would be a little bit higher. Full count pitch. That ball is swung on and blasted deep down the line and left, but it will hook foul and land right around the bullpen for the Bobcats. So Dudek got around on that pitch, but just a little bit too far out in front of it, and it's just a long foul ball.
There's really not been many walks this year for this Akron team. Only 70 on the year, 72 on the year, including the 2 walks they had in game 1.
Full count pitch. That will draw a walk right there, right on cue. So Dudek, after the long foul ball, able to take a pitch low and inside to draw the walk, and Akron will get their first base runner in the ballgame.
Number 19, Jaden Bryant.
As Dudek hasn't stolen many bases this year, only 3, so we'll see if she's a threat to go over there at first base. I'll bring in Jaden Bryant, who also batted 3rd in the first game, as that pitch swung on a pop foul, well out of play, as it hits on the grandstands to our right here in the press box. And Bryant will find herself down in the count, 0-1. As McCready, 0-1 pitch. Bryant actually squares the bunt and gets it off the top of the bat, and it goes straight back into the backstop behind home plate. So that'll put Bryant down in the count, 0-2. Looks like she might have tried to sneak one down the third baseline there with the third baseman Paoli playing back, but unable to get it down. She's down in the count, 0-2. Crady, long look into the dugout. Now the righty in the circle will rock and fire. The 0-2 pitch misses high and outside for a ball. Easy take there for the 3-hole batter, Jaden Bryant. As Bryant in game 1 of the series did have a single and also did come around to score a run, went 1 for 3 in the ball game. Still down in the count, 1-2. Pitch comes right down the middle, strike 3 called. As Maddie McCready able to pick up a couple of punch outs in the first inning, and now 2 away for the cleanup batter, Laurel DeVoe.
Now
DeVoe on the season, 186 and 59 at bats. Entering today, she went 0 for 1 in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to think she's in the cleanup spot. She has hit 4 home runs on the season, which does lead this Zips team as the pitch misses high and inside of that quick snap throw over to first behind the runner. Try to get Dudek tagged out, but she's back in diving safely. As here comes a pitch from McCready. That one misses high and outside for a ball as DeVoe now up in the count 2-0. But yeah, you kind of knew in game 1, you know, once Akron got into a situation where they're down by a bunch of runs, just looking at their offensive statistics, it was going to be really tough for them to battle back. Just haven't really been able to be all that productive on offense at any points this year. And I mean, that can, you know, chalk it up to a 3-28 and 15 game losing streak that they're currently on.
Yeah, you're not going to win very many softball games when you're batting under 200 as a team.
Right. As McCready gets a sign from the dugout, here comes a 2-0 pitch. That one will miss just a bit upstairs for a ball. Now DeVoe way ahead in the count, 3-0. With a runner on first, 2 away, top of the first inning. No score between Ohio and Akron in game 2 of the doubleheader. As McCready will try to get one over the plate, 3-0. DeVoe had the green light. She swings away at it but comes up empty. As now McCready will try to battle all the way back in the at-bat. That makes the count 3-1. Three-one pitch from McCready. That one will catch the inside corner for a called strike, and that will run the count full with 2 away, so that will have the runner moving. So perhaps if DeVoe can get a ball into a gap somewhere, Akron can get a run on the board early in this game. McCready working fast, will kick and deal. The full count pitch, that one misses high and outside for ball 4. As that'll draw a walk. Second walk issued this inning as it's gone strikeout, walk. Seeing a bit of a pattern, and that'll bring in Jesse Holzman, the designated player. Holzman went 0 for 2 in the first game of the doubleheader. As first pitch is a called strike, 0-1.
Holzman only has 7 hits on the year, but she does have a bit of power. She's got a home run and a double so far in 32 at-bats.
Runners on first and second, 2 away. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, swung on and fouled back off the screen behind home plate, and now McCready will be way ahead up in the count, 0-2. She tries to work her way out of this little first inning jam. And Carl, with a team that struggles, like you mentioned, under 200 as a team batting average, you just want to throw strikes and try to get them to put the ball in play, as the 0-2 pitch misses low and away for a ball. But, of course, don't want to be giving up the free passes to a team that really struggles with the bat in their hands.
No, you really don't. And so far on the season, their opponents have had, 728 at-bats. They've had 214 strikeouts entering today, so. Second
most in the MAC. The 1-2 pitch popped high, foul down the third base. Towards the dugout, reaching in is Analia Paoli, but unable to get her outstretched glove on the ball, so it lands foul in the dugout. And Holzman will get to see another 1-2 pitch. Holzman will get the sign. McCready from the dugout. The 1-2 pitch will run inside and hit Holzman right up on the shoulder. Not what you want to do when you're up in the count 1-2. As McCready will have to settle down now, as that will load the bases, but not a single hit to get them loaded in the air. A couple walks and now a hit by pitch, and that will bring in Kaylee McIntosh Holder, as this is the first new addition in the lineup for Akron, as McIntosh Holder did not play in the first game for the Zips. First pitch into her misses upstairs for a ball, 1-0, as Holder on the season has not seen very many action, only played in 6 games, 9 at-bats, has not recorded a hit, has struck out 5 times, is now the pitch will bring head coach Kenzie Rourke out to talk to McCready, who's just had a little bit of control issues so far in this first inning, Carl.
Yeah. When you have a team that's only batting 195, as we've mentioned several times already in this game, you don't want to give them free passes. And so far, McCready's given out 2 walks and a hit by pitch.
So the mound visit is over. Everybody brought in as Akron a chance to do something they didn't do in the first game. That's have a lead. They fell behind 5-0 after 2 innings, and then were able to score a run in the 4th. But it just wasn't enough, and Ohio got hot once again in the bottom of the 5th inning to win that game 9-1 and end it early in 5 innings with the 8-run rule. McCready back in the circle. The 1-0 pitch misses low for a ball that will push the count to 2-0.
There's a lot of life coming out of the Akron dugout right now. That's something you didn't really see in game 1.
Sacks are full. Top of the first inning. 2-0 pitch comes right down the middle for a called strike. That will push the count to 2-1. As McCready trying to battle all the way back here and work her way out of the bases loaded jam. 2-1 pitch swung on line to first base, caught in the air by Spacek, and she goes to the bag for good measure just in case. But that will retire the side in the top of the first inning. As no runs on no hits, but 3 are stranded. The Zips lead them loaded as we head to the bottom of the first inning. Ohio coming at the bat when we come back here. Back here in the bottom of the first inning at Ohio's softball field as the Bobcats were able to get out of the bases loaded jam in the top of the first inning and keep Akron scoreless. We'll run through the lineup for Ohio. Not too many changes to it as Allie Englert leading off. Batting second is Katie Young playing shortstop. Batting third, Mackenzie Vaughn playing second. And Aaliyah Paoli playing third base and batting fourth. Batting fifth at first is Caroline Spacek. Batting sixth and the designated player Alexis Dahl. Batting seventh, Caitlin Fogue playing right field. Batting eighth, Emily Walker, and batting ninth is Brooke Rice at catcher. First pitch into Englert, swung on a looped foul towards the third base dugout as it'll fall for a foul ball. As a rare thing for Englert, Carl, 0 for 2 in the first game. Not very many games where she hasn't been hitting. Came in to the game today, 8th in the MAC in batting average.
Yeah, she had a really good game Sunday, had both of the Bobcats hits.
As a 0-1 pitch, Englert tried to pull back on the swing, but she went around. That's ruled by the home plate umpire, and Englert quickly down in the count, 0-2.
She doesn't strike out very much on the year. She only has 9 strikeouts and 104 at-bats.
That's kind of what she's been known for ever since she's played here, as one of the key players to some of the deep runs that Ohio has made the past few seasons. As the 0-2 pitch misses high and outside, 1-2 the count now to Englert as on the mound is Olivia Stefanoni. As the 1-2 pitch, England swung on and fouled it straight back as she was just underneath that one. That's one, if she could turn around, that could go a far way. But Stefanoni on the year, 1-7 with a 5.78 ERA and 55 2/3 innings pitched. This is her 19th appearance and 12th start on the year.
She leads the team in strikeouts in her 18th appearance with 71.
As 1-2 pitch swung on, chop back towards the mound. Nice glove there from Stefani. As if that one gets by her, it probably gets out in the center field for a base hit, but she makes a throw on to first to retire Anglet. The 1-3 put out to retire the leadoff batter in the bottom of the first, and that will bring up the shortstop, Katie Yun. As Katie Yun digs in, she went 1 for 2 with an RBI infield single in Game 1 today in Ohio's 9-1 victory. First pitch into her from Stefanoni is misses low for a ball, 1-0. As the wind started to pick up a little bit here in the Game 2, wasn't too bad during the first game. Couple gusts here and there, but definitely you can tell the difference as that pitch misses high and outside for a ball. 2-0 the count now to Yun.
Flags at full extension down the left field line is blowing left to right across the diamond.
2-0 pitch into Yun. That one will catch the strike zone at the letters for a called strike. 2-1 the count now. As Akron trying to snap a 15-game losing skid. Their only wins on the season are one against Delaware State, and then they split a series with Buffalo earlier on in the year. The 2-1 pitch to Yun swung on and fisted out towards second base. Fielded cleanly, throw on to first in time to retire Yun. So a couple of ground outs to retire the first 2 Bobcats in the bottom of the first, and that will bring up the second baseman, Mackenzie Vaughn.
Mackenzie Vaughn.
Mackenzie Vaughn had a rough day in the first game, 0 for 3 with a strikeout. As the corners are up, middle infielders at normal depth. First pitch into Vaughn will miss outside for a ball, 1-0. But Stefanoni, the freshman from Hudson, Ohio. .1-0 pitch, that one comes inside. A little bit of movement on that one. And that will be taken by Vaughn for a ball, 2-0 the count. As Vaughn came into the day batting just over 300 at 307, the transfer from Florida Gulf Coast. Squares the bunt on the 2-0 pitch, pulls it back, and takes the pitch for a strike. 2-1 the count now.
She proved she had some power over the weekend, hitting that walk-off home run Friday to defeat Bowling Green.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a big hit to get the first of 4 in the series. Of course, they ended up splitting that series with Bowling Green 2-2 as 2-0 pitch misses low and outside for a ball that will run the count to 3-1. Two away, 3-1 count. No score yet in the bottom of the first inning between Ohio and Akron. Here comes the 3-1 pitch to Vaughn. She cuts on and then fouls it back over the press box and out of play, and that will force a payoff pitch here. Should Vaughn get on base, Analia Paoli is in the on-deck circle, batting cleanup for the Bobcats in this one. As Stefanoni. Full count pitch, swung on and lined towards the Ohio dugout, forcing a couple players to jump out of the way of that one, as Vaughn definitely got around on that pitch and just yanked it right towards the dugout. As Stefanoni looks in, gets her sign, lefty rocks and fires, full count pitch again, grounded foul. This one more towards the third base coaching box, so Vaughn being a tough out here with 2 away in the bottom of the first, forcing a really long at-bat with the full count.
Yeah, she's just swinging a little bit early on these pitches and pulling them down the third base line.
Stefanoni checks the wrist guard on the right hand. Now she'll ready to deal. Another full count pitch. This one will miss outside for ball 4 as a couple Akron players started trotting in towards the dugout, but a good take there from Vaughn to see that ball off the plate. And that'll give the cleanup hitter Paoli a chance to bat here now in the bottom of the first with a runner on first base and 2 away. Paoli had a good day, a couple of singles in the first game, 2 for 3, and also came around to score once. First pitch in from Stefanoni, misses high and outside for a ball as it looked like Mackenzie Vaughn might take off from first base, but she holds up. As now 1-0 pitch into Paoli, swung on a line foul down the right field line, and will get out of play and roll down towards the Akron bullpen on the first base side, even at the count at 1 apiece to Paoli. As Paoli, as a freshman, has started in every game, or made an appearance at least in every game for the Bobcats this year. Has made quite an impact as that ball swung on, looped out into center field. We get down for a base hit, rounding second and heading to third base, and diving in head first is Mackenzie Vaughn. A 2-out base hit up the middle for Analia Paoli. We'll have runners at the corners now with 2 away, and that will bring in Caroline Spacek to get a chance to bat now.
A little bit of a 2-out rally here for the Bobcats with the 2-out walk and now the first baseman. They got runners on the corner.
Yeah, of course, it wasn't the hardest hit ball, but hit right in the perfect spot up the middle as both infielders kind of shaded towards left and right field in the hole. And that allows that ball to sneak right up the middle. That gives Caroline Spacek a chance to bat now with runners at the corners and 2 away in the bottom of the first. No score. Spacek cuts the first pitch. Runner takes off. And they pretty much give it to Paoli free there as they make the throw over to third, as Vaughn was not far off the bag, so she got back in easily. The count is 0-1 to Spacek.
That's Paoli's 3rd stolen base on the year.
As Stefanoni, the lefty, rocks, fires. 0-1 pitch, misses high and outside for a ball. Evens up the count at 1-0. 1-1. As Spacek in game 1 was another one of the starters for Ohio. She went 1 for 2, including scoring a run. Also had a sac fly RBI as that pitch misses well outside for a ball. That puts Spacek up in the count 2-1, and now we'll see a time called as the infield will come in to try and settle down the Akron pitcher. Stefanoni, pretty easy first couple batters, couple ground balls, Carl, but the last few have given her fits, a walk and then a base hit up the middle, and now all of a sudden there's 2 in scoring position with 2 away.
She was able to dispatch the first 2 batters really quickly, only in about 7 pitches. But Mackenzie Vaughn had a full count walk, and that kind of seemed to shake her confidence a little bit.
Now Spacek back in the right-handed batter's box. Here comes a pitch from a lefty. It misses upstairs for a ball. Now will run the count to 3-1 with 2 away. No score, bottom of the first inning. As first base is empty, wouldn't be the end of the world at this point if you walk Spacek to try to get Dahl out. Of course, probably not the plan for Akron here, as they just want to get out of this inning as quick as possible. 3-1 pitch, Spacek swung on, roped out deep into right field, heading back to right fielder, and she reaches up. She can't get it. 1 run is in to score. Second run coming around, rounding second, heading to third. As Spacek, she goes diving in, and she is called out, trying to stretch the double into a triple. But nonetheless, a 2 RBI double for Caroline Spacek to put Ohio on the board up 2-0. But she is cut down on the nice relay throw from Akron at third base to retire the side. We head to the top of the second. Ohio leads this one 2-0 as Akron's coming up to bat. back here at Ohio softball field at the top of the second inning as Carl is a nice RBI double from spot check, but a really good relay from Akron to retire the side and work their way out of the jam, but nonetheless a nice piece of hitting from spot check to drive that ball deep in the alley in right field. As for her on the season, those are RBIs 15 and 16 as the first pitch of the top of the second inning. The Suns is taken for a strike, 0-1. As with the 2 RBI base hit, Ohio leads it 2-0 as the 0-1 pitch is swung on and fouled well out of play down the third baseline, as that will run the count to 0-2. As McCready, who had some command issues in the first inning, walking a couple batters, also hit by pitch as the 0-2 pitch misses high and outside for a ball, 1-2 the count now. But she was able to work her way out of the inning, getting a couple strikeouts and a line out to first base to leave the bases loaded for Akron in the top of the first. 1-2 pitch into Maggie Suns is taken inside for a ball that will even up the count at 2 apiece, as Suns also started at second base in the first game. She went 0 for 1, also drawing a walk. That's the righty McCready. 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled over the first base dugout and out of play. So she'll get to see another 2-2 pitch. Yeah, it's another 2-2 pitch home into Suns. Corner looking, strike 3 called. Nice pitch on the inside part of the plate there from McCready. Her third punch out of the ball game, second of the looking variety, and the leadoff batter retired in the top of the second. As with that, Olivia Stefanoni, the pitcher in the ball game for Akron. As first pitch into her is caught on a miss, 0-1 the count.
She has 15 on bats or at bats on the year, 3 for 15. She does have a double and 3 RBIs.
Yeah, not very often you do see a pitcher get to hit in the lineup, as the 0-1 pitch that called strike at the letters, 0-2. But you do see it every now and then, and Akron actually has a couple pitchers on this roster that have taken at bats at some point this season. As Akron has used a lot of players, not very many players have played the entire of the games this season besides Madison Dudek. She's the only one who's played in every game this year for the team, as the 0-2 pitch misses outside for a ball. Makes the count 1-2.
Yeah, on their at least on their out of the people who have batted, there's only one person who hasn't started a game this year.
1-2 pitch, caught on a miss, strike 3. As McCready picking up where she left off in the first inning with the strikeout. She has a pair to start off the second inning. That's 4 in the ball game so far, and that'll bring up Tiffany Stevens with 2 outs in the top of the second. As the first pitch to Stevens, that ball is belted out deep into left field, back at the wall, and it will carry over the wall for a homer. Tiffany Stevens launches one. That's her first home run on the season, and the deficit is now cut in half. It is 2-1 here in the top of the second inning.
I was about to say, Stevens is Akron's second best hitter, batting .213 on the year, and she shows that she has a bit of power as well with her first home run of the year.
So Stevens batting 9th, unloads on the first pitch from McCready to get Akron on the board in this one. There's a quick little mound visit taken for the Bobcats, probably to try to calm McCready down a little bit, as that is the 17th long ball allowed by McCready this year. And now the lineup will turn over with 2 away, 2-1 score now. Molly McChesney will come in as the first pitch is a strike to her, 0-1. She struck out to lead off the ball game back in the first inning. as that was the first hit of the game for Akron, and boy, was it an impactful one, down by that 200 sign as the bunt is laid down. Paoli is able to field it cleanly, make a strong throw over to first to retire the side in the second inning, but not before Akron's able to crack the scoreboard on the solo home run from Tiffany Stevens. It's Akron 1, Ohio 2. Ohio coming back up to bat when we return in the bottom of the second. Back here for the bottom of the second inning, as it'll be 6, 7, 8 due up for the Bobcats this inning. Alexis Dahl, followed by Caitlin Fogue and Emily Walker. As a 2-1 score, Ohio scored 2 runs on an RBI double from Caroline Spacek, and then answered by a home run in the top of the second by Tiffany Stevens for the Zips, and that's gotten us to our score to this point. First pitch into Dahl will miss outside for a ball, 1-0. As it was these 3 batters, Fogue, Dahl, and Walker, that made big contributions in the first game, as they accounted for 7 of the 9 RBIs that Ohio had. 1-0 pitch into Dahl will catch the inside corner of the plate for a called strike, even with the count at 1 apiece. As Dahl herself went 2 for 3 with an RBI double as well as an RBI single in that game. And she also scored the run that would end the game for the 8-run rule in the 5th inning, as Dahl chases that pitch upstairs for a strike. Now she'll have to protect down to the count 1-2. As the 1-2 pitch from Stefanoni misses high and outside. Good take there by Dahl for a ball, even at the count at 2 apiece. As Stefanoni looked like she was going to have a pretty easy first inning, retired the first 2 Bobcats on 2 ground balls, but then a walk, a single, and a double allowed Ohio to play 2 runs. But of course, Spacek was cut down trying to stretch a double into a triple, as 2-2 pitch misses high and outside for a ball. Now a run the count full to the leadoff batter for the Bobcats in the bottom of the second inning, as they lead this one 2-1.
In the first inning, that's where things started falling apart for Stefanoni. She walked the 3rd batter on a full count pitch.
And she's going to do it again there, as that full count pitch misses high and outside, so Dahl will trot down to first base. And now bring in Caitlin Fogue. As Fogue's another one, went 2 for 3 in that first game with 3 RBIs, 2 of them coming on a RBI double in the bottom of the second of that game. Then she added an RBI single in the 5th inning and also came around to score both of those times. The first pitch will miss just outside for a ball to Fogue, 1-0.
Dawes can run a little bit. So far, she's stolen 3 bases in 3 attempts on the season.
So we'll see if they decide to have her on the move here. The 1-0 pitch swung on and popped into shallow center field. Center fielder McChesney lines it up, makes the catch without really having to move out there. It's like Fogue could have walked it out there and put it in her glove, as that'll be the first out. Retired in the bottom of the second inning. That'll bring in Emily Walker, the second baseman. As Folk just got a little bit underneath that one out in the center field. Nice, easy play for McChesney to retire her. As first pitch into Emily Walker, misses outside for a ball, 1-0. As Emily Walker had the RBI base hit, 2 RBI double as a matter of fact, to wrap up the first game, to push it to an 8-run rule in the bottom of the 5th as the 1-0 pitch misses inside for a ball, 2-0 now. As on the bag at first is Alexis Dahl. As Stefanoni gets the sign. 2-0 pitch misses high and inside, and Emily Walker now way ahead in the count, 3-0.
Stefanoni hoping to avoid her 3rd walk of the game, already having won this inning.
3-0 comes right down Main Street for a called strike. That'll push the count to 3-1. Take sign must have been on there for Walker. As Stefanoni has shown some control issues, already 2 walks in the first 2 innings. As a lefty will rock and fire, 3-1 pitch will catch at the knees for a called strike as Walker started to trot down to first base. She thought she had the ball 4, but she'll have to get back in the right-handed batter's box with a full count.
She certainly was not the only one who thought it. It was ball 4 there.
Full count pitch is swung on, grounded over to third. Bobbled by the third baseman. Holder, long throw over to first is not in time. And we'll see how that one gets scored. That will be an error slapped on McIntosh Holder. So that will allow Emily Walker to reach base safely. Moving up to second is Alexis Dahl, and now a pair of runners on for the catcher, Brooke Rice.
That's the 37th error on the season for Akron.
As fielding percentage, actually one of the things they've done somewhat well this year. They were 5th in the MAC coming into the game today. As Rice swings the first pitch, throw over to third to get the force out on the ground ball. Too short. Smart heads-up play to get the lead runner for the second out, as Rice will reach first base on the fielder's choice. And moving up to second is Emily Walker. But Dahl will be retired. Now 2 away as the lineup turns over. Runners on first and second for Allie Anglett. Lefty on lefty matchup here. As first pitch into Anglett is taken in the dirt. Nicely blocked by the catcher DeVoe. And Anglett will be up in the count, 1-0. Anglett just back in the first inning. Chopped one back to the mound and was retired. Here comes a 1-0 pitch into Anglett. That one gets away from the catcher in the dirt, and moving up are the runners to second and third quite easily. As Anglett actually had to jump out of the way of that one, thought it might have caught her. But now she'll have 2 runners in scoring position with 2 away. Ohio holding on to a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the second, trying to add on to it here. Two-0 pitch in the Anglett, swung on and chopped over towards first base. Covering the bag is a second baseman. They're going to say she was juggling the ball, and Anglett will be safe at first base. Now no one's covering second, and now another run comes in to score, and Anglett dives back into first base safely.
Akron got caught sleeping there.
Well, that was just a really heads-up play, as it was a bang-bang play at first. The umpire said the ball was being bobbled. It was a really tough play to make because Anglett has so much speed coming out of that left-handed box, and the second baseman had to get over to cover the bag. So that allowed 1 run to come in to score on the bobble, and then Anglett smartly breaks for second to draw some attention to herself, and that then allows Rice to come in to score. So some smart heads-up base running by Anglett there to allow the second run to come in, and Ohio now leads it 4-1.
Did they rule that an error?
Yeah, it was an error ruled on Anglett on that one, as she is at first base, as the error is going to go to assuming the second baseman on the bobble there. Suns, as they probably would have had angle. It just would have been a real tight play at first. It was already bang-bang, but of course her juggling it made an easier call for the first base umpires. Now we're going to get a quick visit to the mound here, as Akron shooting themselves in the foot a little bit here with a couple of errors this inning, allowing runs to come in to score, as Ohio has now hung up a 2 spot in both the first and second inning.
This has been a common occurrence for Akron. They've had, out of the 178 runs they've had scored against them this year, only 142 of them have been earned. That's 36 runs that have been unearned so far this year, now 37.
So that will bring in Katie Yunn, the shortstop, who grounded out to second her first at bat. Takes a big rip at the first pitch. Taking off on the pitch is Anglich. She'll slide into second base safely as a tag not applied in time.
That's her 22nd stolen base on the year.
Yep, always a threat to go. She has great speed. That's a reason she's able to get so many hits. Second in the MAC in hits this season. As now that'll give Yunn a chance, the runner in scoring position with 2 away in the bottom of the second. Ohio trying to add on to their 3-run lead. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That ball is popped out into shallow right field. Backing up is the second baseman, Sund, and she will make the grab to retire the side, but not before Ohio's able to plate a couple more runs on a couple of errors by Akron to push the lead back up to 3. It is 4-1. Bobcats lead the Zips, as Akron coming up to bat when we return for the top of the third inning. Back here for top of the third inning as Ohio leads the Akron Zips 4-1, looking to sweep Akron in the doubleheader today as they won the first game 9-1 in just 5 innings. As Maddie McCready back out on the mound for the top of the third inning. First pitch of the inning into Madison Dudek, catches the outside corner for a called strike, 0-1. As Dudek drew a walk to be Akron's first base runner of the ball game. She was eventually stranded at third base back in the top of the first inning. As the 0-1 pitch from McCready cut on and missed for strike 2, as Dudek will now find herself well behind the count, 0-2 to lead off the top of the third.
McCready really struggled at the beginning of the game, alternating walks and strikeouts before having the bases loaded, getting out of it with a fly out to the first baseman.
That 0-2 pitch misses high and outside for a ball, 1-2.
But she really found a rhythm last inning, getting 2 straight strikeouts, having that home run was a little bit of a outside trend to that. But aside from that one pitch, she really settled in last inning.
1-2 pitch swung on a popped foul over top of the press box. And just to my left, actually, at a play as it hits down on the grandstand.
Porter had to scramble out of the way for that one.
So now Dudek will get to see another 1-2 pitch. McCready quickly working, rocks and fires. That pitch misses high and outside. Dudek thought about swinging, but able to keep the hands back to run the count to even at 2-2. As again, Carl, much like the first game, it's just when you have a team like Akron that struggles so much for offense, when you fall behind early like this by 2, 3, 4 runs, it can seem kind of insurmountable. As the 1-2 pitch swung on a miss, strike 3. 5th punch out so far of the ball game for McCready. As the leadoff batter retired, that will bring up Jaden Bryant for the Zips.
Number 19, Jaden Bryant.
As Jaden Bryant was one of the 5 punch-out victims to this point back in the first inning, as she struck out looking for the second out of the inning. First pitch in, cut on and missed for the strike to Bryant. As McCready starting into a rhythm, working a little bit faster, back out on the rubber. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That will miss outside for a ball. Evens up the count at 1 apiece.
She's been working through her rhythm before she steps onto the rubber. I've noticed the last few pitches.
1-1 pitch swung on, and Bryant got around on that one and fouls it onto the right field grass of the baseball field, Bob Wren Stadium, as Bryant well out in front of that one. It's going to be a foul ball, and she'll be down in the count 1-2 now. As now the 1-2 into McCready is swung on and again fouled away. Well out of play over top the backstop. So Bryant will get to see another 1-2 pitch. As Akron did score 1 run on their only hit. It was a home run from Tiffany Stevens in the second inning with a couple outs over the left field wall. Pretty much right down the line as the 1-2 pitch into Bryant bounces in, and she takes it for a ball to run the count even at 2-2.
Bryant's definitely giving McCready a really good fight here on this at-bat. On the season, she only has 7 walks, Bryant does, compared to 16 strikeouts.
2-2 pitch swung and a miss, strike 3. For back-to-back innings now, McCready has back-to-back punch-outs to lead off the inning. 2 away now, as that's her 6th strikeout of the ball game, and that'll bring up the cleanup hitter and catcher Laurel DeVoe.
Hopefully the trend does not continue from the last inning of 2 strikeouts and a home run. DeVoe has the power for it, though, with 4 home runs on the year.
Which is leading the team as she puts a jolt into that one in the deep center field. But looks like Anglin has it lined up, but no, it appears she lost in the sun and will fall in for a base hit in right center field, as that sun is directly over that area right now. And Anglin, I don't think, ever really saw that ball. And it will fall in for a double for Laurel DeVoe. That's her first base hit of the ball game, and now there'll be a runner in scoring position with 2 outs for Jesse Holzman. As now time is called, it looks like DeVoe's tying her shoe out there. As with that double, that'll be DeVoe's 2nd on the season and her 6th extra base hit. As it looked like Carl just be a routine play, but Anglet just unable to find it out there with the sun being right there in her face.
Yeah, that's the problem with having the ball being out, looking out towards the west. You're always going to see the sun unless it's out behind a cloud, and she just lost in the sun there. Yellow ball, yellow sun. It's a challenge to see.
First pitch was a called strike, and now the second pitch is swung on and fouled out of play down the left field line. That'll put Holzman quickly behind the count, 0-2. McCready did have Holzman down in the count 1-2 back in the first inning, but ended up hitting her, and she was eventually stranded at first base. 4-1 Bobcats lead. Top 3. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. That one is looped out into shallow center field. Charging in is the center fielder Anglet, and she will make the play on the run to retire the side and keep that runner stranded at second base, as that will retire the side in the third. So Anglet makes up for losing the ball on the double from DeVoe. That makes a nice play on the run to retire the side. We head into the bottom of the third inning. Ohio looking to add on to their 4-1 lead. Moving along through the first 3 innings, we're now in the bottom half of the third here at Ohio's softball field. As Ohio was able to plate a couple runs in the first inning on an RBI double from Caroline Spacek. And then a couple errors. Akron kind of kicked the ball around in that second inning, and 2 more runs came in to score. Akron also hit a solo shot in the top of the second to get their only run, and Ohio leads this one 4-1, as it'll be heart of the order due up Mackenzie Vaughn and Aaliyah Paoli and Caroline Spacek all due up for the Bobcats in this third inning, as the first pitch into Vaughn is taken high and inside for a ball, 1-0. As Olivia Stefanoni still on the mound here for her third inning. As the 1-0 pitch will catch the top of the strike zone to Vaughn for a called strike. Evens up the count at 1 apiece, as Vaughn in the first inning worked a walk with 2 outs and eventually came around to score on the Spacek RBI double. 1-1 pitch into Vaughn, misses low and outside in the dirt. Dug out by the catcher DeVoe, and Vaughn will now be up in the count 2-1.
Stefanoni's really had a lot of movement on her pitches in this at-bat.
The 2-1 pitch swung on a foul down the right field line. A well out of play, bangs off the fence down to the right of the field. As now Vaughn will dig back in with a 2-2 count. As a 2-2 pitch now into Vaughn from Stefanoni's popped up high into shallow left center field, but it's actually the second baseman ranging all the way over. That's Maggie Sons, as we saw her show some range as well in the first game. She made a diving catch up the middle, but she had to cover a long way there, Carl, to make that play, but the leadoff batter is retired for the Bobcats here in the third.
That was a little bit of a scary. I'd be a little bit scared if I was Akron's coach there. There were about 3 or 4 people out there within about 5 feet of each other trying to catch that ball. Luckily, Sons was able to come down with it.
That'll bring up Analia Paoli as first pitch misses upstairs to the Bobcats cleanup batter. 1-0 the count, as she singled her last time out and came around to score. As she's having a nice day overall. 3 hits between the first and second game for Paoli. As that pitch will also miss upstairs for a ball, and Paoli finds herself up in the count 2-0. Ohio looking for the double header sweep on the day. So they won the first game 9-1 to move to 15-15 and 11-10 at MAC plays. That ball is crushed out into right field, but on the run, making a nice grab, a couple steps away from foul territory is the right fielder. That's Tiffany Stevens, flashing some leather there as Paoli thought she might have got a base hit down the line, but Stevens able to cover the ground and retire Paoli for the second out of the inning. That will bring up Spacek. Spacek, of course, had the 2 RBI double and then was thrown out trying to stretch it into a triple to retire the side in the bottom of the first inning. First pitch, Stefanoni took something off that one, but it misses just outside. Nice take there from Spacek, 1-0 the count. As that was the 5th double for Spacek on the season, and RBIs 15 and 16 for her. As 1-0 pitch will miss high for a ball, 2-0 the count now.
Akron's looking for the first 1-2-3 inning.
On the day, they did not have one in the first game either. As 2-0 pitch into Spacek will come in at the knees for a called strike. As Spacek takes a couple steps out of the box, will regroup now back into the right-handed batter's box. That's a 2-1 count, 2 away, bottom third, 4-1, Ohio leads. Here comes a 2-1 delivery. That ball will be lined back up the middle and out into center field for a base hit. Spacek rounds the bag at first, ball fire back in from McChesney, and it will be a 2-out base knock, second hit on the game for Spacek. She's now 2 for 2, and that'll give Alexis Dahl a chance at bat now with 2 outs in the bottom of the third.
In the second inning, Dahl walked and got around to second before getting out at third on a fielder's choice.
So Ohio has already gotten a few runs with 2 outs in the ballgame so far. Matter of fact, all 4 of their runs so far have come with 2 away in the inning. First pitch into Dahl is a strike, 0-1 the count. As Stefanoni, the lefty, will rock and fire. 0-1 pitch. That one will catch the outside corner for a called strike, and quickly down in the count is Alexis Dahl, 0-2. As now Stefanoni back in the circle, ready to go. The 0-2 pitch will miss high and get over top the catcher DeVoe's glove, and trotting over to second base is Spacek on the wild pitch. So that'll make the count 1-2, and now give Dahl a chance for, if she can get a base hit into the outfield, a chance for possibly an RBI. Here comes Stefanoni's 1-2 pitch. That one is laced out to shortstop, fielded on one hop. Strong throw over to first in time to retire Dahl and retire the side in the bottom of the third inning, as Spacek tried to keep the rally going with a 1-out base knock, but she will get stranded at second base. And for the first time in the ballgame, Ohio won't score a run in an inning, as we're through 3. Ohio leads at 4-1 over the Zips of Akron, looking for the doubleheader sweep when we come back in the top of the 4th inning. Moving through the middle innings here, top of the 4th inning, as it'll be 6, 7, and 8 due up for the Akron Zips. It'll be Kaylee McIntosh Holder, followed by Maggie Sons and Olivia Stefanoni. As the first pitch into the inning from McCready comes over the plate for a called strike to McIntosh Holder, 0-1 the count. As McCready looks into the dugout, gets the sign she wants. Now she'll rock and fire the 0-1 pitch. That one will miss high and outside for a ball. Evens up the count at 1 apiece. As for McIntosh Holder, she had a chance with the bases loaded back in the first inning, but lined out to first base to retire the side. As the 1-1 pitch into her, swung on and grounded just foul down the third base line out into left field. As she'll be down in the count 1-2 as McIntosh Holder hasn't played. Hasn't seen very much action in the team this year. This is only her 7th game that she's been played in. Only had 9 at-bats coming into the game. Still looking for her first hit on the season. As 1-2 pitch from McCready, swung on. That ball is lined deep down the right field line, but will hook foul.
This is only her 4th start of the season for McIntosh Holder.
And of course, when doubleheaders, sometimes you start to see some people that you don't normally get off the bench too much, trying to give people some breathers. 1-2 pitch, McCready rocks and fires. So she did jam Holder a little bit on that one, but she is able to get a piece of it and foul it back into the backstop behind home plate to stay alive in the count 1-2.
Holder's done a really good job of fighting off these pitches, this at-bat. She's stayed alive for 6 pitches now.
McCready, another 1-2 pitch as she is well out in front of that one and lines it into the right field of Bob Wren. As that pitch, you know, McCready, we've seen a lot of times the 2 strikes try to come inside on these batters, and they just haven't been able to straighten them out. But as you mentioned, Holder continues to battle in there.
She's done a good job of, even though it's been really inside, she's been able to have a good job of being able to get her bat on the ball.
1-2 pitch grounded in between third and short and out into left field for a base hit, rounding first, and she'll stay there as McIntosh Holder, as she'll have a leadoff base hit. The first leadoff batter to reach base for Akron so far in the ballgame. That's actually Holder's first hit on the season. As that'll bring up the second baseman, Maggie Sons, just the 3rd hit of the ballgame for the Zips to this point.
To the plate for Akron, number 19.
As a bunt attempt now gets down successful. McCready will go to second to get the lead runner. What a play from the pitcher. That's how you field the position. As the bunt from Sons, comes right back to her. And she saw she had the time to make the play at second. Strong throw in time to get the lead runner now 1 away, and the runner still at first base.
Really heads-up play there. She noticed that she had a chance to get the runner at second, and she did.
First pitch now into Stefanoni, catches the outside part of the plate for a called strike, 0-1. As Akron just trying to play some small ball, move runners up to second base. But McCready pounced on that ball off the mound. Made a really strong throw to second. Here comes a 0-1 pitch. That one will also catch the outside part of the plate for a called strike. It's pretty much a perfect spot there for McCready. It's so hard to reach that low outside corner for a batter, and she's living there on Stefanoni in this at-bat. 0-2 the count.
Suns have been leading off a good amount. She's only had 2 stolen base attempts on the year. She got caught stealing on 1. Only 1 stolen base on the year, so not a huge threat to run, but she's having a big leadoff, and Rice popped up as to throw it to second after that last pitch.
The 0-2 pitch missed high and outside, count 1-2 now. McCready back on the rubber, rocks, fires. 1-2 is fouled off the fist of Stefanoni's back into the backstop. Count will remain 1-2. As McCready
Ready for another 1-2. This one will ride high and inside for a ball. Evens up the count at 2 apiece. As Akron on a 15-game losing skid right now, trying to find some way out of it, trying to break it. After this Ohio series, they go to NIU as the 2-2 pitch cut on and missed, strike 3.
6th strikeout of the day for McCready.
As McCready with yet another punch out. That'll be the second out of the inning, and that'll bring in the 9-hole batter, Tiffany Stevens, who is responsible for the sole run that the Zips have in this game so far, as the first pitch into her misses high and outside for a ball, 1-0, but Stevens did hit a solo home run to left field with 2 away in the top of the second inning to get Akron on the scoreboard, as the score sits at 4-1. Here comes a 1-0 pitch. That one will miss outside for a ball, and Stevens finds herself up in the count 2-0 as she homered on the first pitch in her last at-bat. As leading off of first base is Maggie Sons. 2-0 pitch swung on and grounded foul towards the third base coaching box.
That was another one of those inside pitches that has been freezing up Akron hitters all day.
Yep, a hard time keeping that one straight. You really got to get out in front of it and keep the hands inside. As McCready, long look into the dugout, now gets the ball that she wants to. 1 pitch swung on and popped high, right side of the infield. Coming into the first baseman spot check. She'll call off the catcher, Brooke Rice, and make the one-handed snag to retire the side in the 4th inning. So despite the leadoff single, McCready doesn't let it come around to bite her, as she's able to get the fielder's choice to strike out, then the pop up to first to retire the side. Ohio looking to add on to their 3-run lead. When we return in the bottom of the 4th inning, it's Bobcats 4, Zips 1. Bottom of the 4th inning. Ohio leads it 4-1 as they scored a pair of runs in the first and second inning, as it'll be 7, 8, 9 bottom of the order due up for the Bobcats. Caitlin Fogg, followed by Emily Walker and Brooke Rice. As still out on the mound is Olivia Stefanoni for the Akron Zips. As first pitch catches the outside part of the plate for a called strike to Fogg, 0-1. As Fogg, in her only at-bat in this game, flew out to center field back in the second inning. As the 0-1 pitch in the Fogg is swung on and popped foul left side, and it will get over top the third base dugout and out of play. And now Fogg will quickly have to protect down in the count, 0-2. As Fogg had 3 RBIs in that first game, as those are RBIs 7, 8, and 9 for her on the season. 0-2 pitch is swung on and grounded out in between first and second. Ball bobbled by the second baseman, and a high throw gets over. As we'll see what we're going to score that one. As the ball was hit in the hole, but we're going to get an error there on the second baseman's son. That's the second error she's committed in the ball game. Third error by the Zips overall, and the leadoff batter for Ohio is now on base for Emily Walker. Emily Walker reads on an error her first time around and eventually came around to score as squares the bunt, pulls it back, takes the pitch on the outside corner for a called strike. As Kenzie Rourke, the head coach, just wants to see if it was on the pitch or if they said she offered at it. Umpire at home plate says strike was on the pitch. The 0-1 pitch will hit pretty much the exact same spot as the first pitch and once again be called a strike. So now Emily Walker quickly down in the count, 0-2.
Stefanoni looking for her first strikeout of the game. She hasn't had one yet.
And again, Stefanoni hasn't pitched all that too bad, only allowing 3 hits. But again, the 3 errors and 2 unearned runs really did not help as that pitch gets away from the catcher DeVoe. And it'll be a ball allowing Caitlin Fogue to move up to second base on the wild pitch. So she's now in scoring position with nobody out in the bottom of the 4th inning. Bobcats lead at 4-1. As Stefanoni checks the wrist guard on her right arm, she'll deliver the pitch with her left. Took a little bit of something off that one. It'll miss just a bit outside for a ball to Walker, 2-2. As a 2-2 pitch into Walker will miss upstairs for a ball, and she has been able to battle all the way back to run the count full after falling behind 0-2.
She was able to run the count full her first at bat when she forced an error.
Full count pitch into Walker's looped out, diving attempt from the second baseman's son. She's unable to make the catch. Moving up to third base is Caitlin Fogue. As a heck of an attempt there from Sons, but it just gets past her outstretched glove. That will be ruled a base hit for Emily Walker. That's her first in the ball game. As it would have been a heck of a play if Sons was able to get there to make it. Now she's a little shaken up, just walking around trying to walk it off a little bit. So that will put runners at the corners with nobody out, and they'll bring up the 9-hole batter, Brooke Rice.
We're going to get Carly Auden, a freshman from Pickerington, Ohio, in for Maggie Sons.
Yeah, it looks like now they're going to pull her out of the game after that diving attempt. She did look just a little bit shaken up getting up, so they're going to, as Carlos mentioned, bring in Auden, who has played in a decent amount in 18 games this year. As a young, this is the young team that Akron has, Carl. You look down the roster, lots of freshmen and sophomores, and you got to think that's why so many different players get opportunities on this team, and there's not very many that have played a majority of the games this year.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you have a team this young, you really need to work the lineup around, try to figure out. This is obviously going to be a building year for Akron. They're going to try to find a lineup so when these players get to be juniors and seniors, they might be able to compete for MAC titles.
As Brooke Rice will dig in after the replacement at second base. As Brooke Rice didn't start in the first game, it was different catcher for the Bobcats in game number 1. They've pretty much been platooning their catchers throughout the season. Brooke Rice, first pitch into her, is pulled back and taken for a ball. Taking off on the pitch from first base was Emily Walker, and not even a throw, pretty much gave her the bag. So that moves 2 in the scoring position now with nobody out. As Brooke Rice on the year came into this game batting 191 in 68 at-bats. 1-0 pitch misses outside for a ball, pushes the count to 2-0. as Brooke Rice does have 10 RBIs on the season, so a chance to add on to that total if she's able to get a base hit into the outfield or even just lift one to the outfield, get a sac fly opportunity with nobody out as Rice squares the bunt, and then it hits off the bat and rolls foul as unable to get that one in fair play. That makes the count 2-1 to the Bobcat catcher.
Akron's got to be a little bit worried in this situation here. Ohio's been able to put some pressure on them, but most of that's been with 2 outs. Most of these have been with 2 outs before they've really got any pressure on them. They still have no outs in the inning, runners on second and third at the moment, the Bobcats do.
2-1 pitch to Rice comes right down Main Street for a called strike. Evens up the count at 2 apiece. As Ohio really could open this game up with a base hit here. Currently leading 4-1, looking for their second victory on the day over the Akron Zips. As Ohio at 5th in the MAC, and that ball is hit out into right field. It will be caught in the air. Tagging up is the runner, Fogue. Here comes the throw home. The tag attempt is not in time, as in standing is Caitlin Fogue. It will be a sac fly RBI to right field for Brooke Rice. Her 11th RBI on the season, and also moving up to third base on the throw home is Emily Walker, as that'll make it a 5-1 lead for the Bobcats.
That was a really, really close. That was a much closer play than what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Usually you see Fogue or a runner like that come in sliding, but she was able to get around any kind of tag, as that will allow the lineup to turn over as Allie Anglet will take the first pitch outside for a ball, 1-0. As the 1-0 pitch into Anglet is swung on and lined out into left field. It will be caught by the left fielder in the air. Here comes a throw home on the runner, tagging a nice slide. Pretty much making it impossible for the catcher Defoe to make any kind of tag. The throw pulled her up the line anyway. And it'll be back-to-back sac flies for the Bobcats. One from Brooke Rice, one from Allie Anglet. As that'll be an RBI sac fly for Anglet, and that'll push the lead out to 6-1 for the Bobcats here in the bottom of the 4th. As for Anglet on the year, that's just her 7th RBI. And that'll bring up Katie Young with the bases empty and 2 away in the inning.
Akron really hoping that they'll be able to hold Ohio below 9 runs at the moment.
First pitch to Young misses upstairs for a ball, but yeah, I know you're alluding to, of course, 8 runs as we saw in the first game leads to a 5 inning or 6 or whenever we get to that point in the game, as Ohio won the first game 9-1 in just 5 innings.
It's the magic number.
As Young swings and hits that one deep in the alley in right center field, but nice tracking out there by the right fielder, Tiffany Stevens, to make the over-the-shoulder grab to retire the side in the 4th inning, but not before Ohio is able to add a couple more runs on a couple sac flies from Allie Anglet and Brooke Rice, respectively, to push the lead out to 5, 6-1. As we're into the top of the 5th inning, Ohio looking to preserve this lead and capture both of the doubleheader games here today against the Akron Zips.
Maddie McCready pitching with a little bit of a bigger lead than when the last time she was on the mound in the top of the 4th, as Ohio was able to add a couple more runs on a couple sac flies to push the lead out 2-5, the 6-1 lead for the Bobcats. It will be top of the order due up for the Zips, McChesney, Dudek, and Jaden Bryant, as first pitch in from Maddie McCready misses outside for a ball 1-0. McChesney so far in the day, after having a pretty solid first game going 2 for 3, is 0 for 2 in game 2 of the doubleheader. She struck out and grounded out to third. 1-0 pitch will miss just off the outside corner for a ball. And McChesney now up in the count 2-0. The 2-0 pitch to McChesney will catch the outside part of the plate for a called strike, 2-1. As it's clear what McCready wants to try to get McChesney to do. She's living on the outside part of the plate to try to get her to hit one over to third for it to be an easier play to get her out. 2-1 pitch misses low and outside for a ball, 3-1 the count now.
McChesney's not somebody who you want to put on base. She's got some speed. Has 10 stolen bases on the year in 12 attempts, if she can get on base.
3-1 pitch into McChesney, swung on, grounded over to third. Strong throw from Paoli on over to first base for the 5-3 put out to retire the leadoff batter McChesney. That'll bring up Madison Dudek. As that's exactly why you pitch outside, Carl, to try to get those lefty slap hitters to ground one to your third baseman who's brought up to make a easier play at first base.
That one was executed to perfection.
First pitch into Dudek misses outside for a ball, 1-0. As that pitch is a called strike, comes into the knees, evens up the count at 1-1. As Dudek so far today, 0 for 1. She walked back in the first inning, was stranded at third base, has also struck out. As a 1-1 pitch misses low and inside for a ball, 2-1. As she is one of McCready's 7 strikeout victims so far in this game. 2-1 pitch, cut on and missed to even up the count at 2 apiece. As throughout the game, Carl, McCready's really settled down. A tough first inning with a couple walks and a hit by pitch. But really since then, not too many traffic on the base pass.
No, the only hit she's only given up 2 hits.
As that 2-2 pitch lined out into right center field, moving over to her left is Allie English. She'll make the catch on the run in the alley to retire Dudek, as the first 2 batters in the top of the 5th are retired.
Yeah, the only two hits that McCready's given up since that first inning was the Stevens home run down the left field line and a double in the 3rd inning that England lost into the sun that fell in right center field.
Pitch into the 3 batter, Jaden Bryant catches the low outside corner for a called strike. She'll be down in the count 0-1, as Bryant has punched out twice to McCready, 1 time looking and 1 time swinging so far. That puts her at 0 for 2. 0-1 pitch will miss a little bit low for a ball, evens up the count at 1. As now Rice, the catcher, called time, trot out to McCready to have a few words with her pitcher.
McCready seemed a little bit frustrated the last few batters.
Yep. Well, as you just mentioned, outside of the home run in the 2nd inning, really not too many troubles for McCready out there. Only 3 hits allowed against this Akron team. As the visit is over, McCready will rock and fire. 1-1 pitch is swung on and hit high in the air out in left field. Looks like the left fielder
will make the catch on the run to retire the side in the top of the 5th inning. As no runs, no hits, nobody left on. Very quiet inning for the Zips as they continue to trail to the Bobcats. 6-1, we head in the bottom of the 5th inning as Ohio will look to play a couple runs and perhaps have their second 8-run rule on the day. There'll be a new pitcher out on the mound for the Zips as it'll bring in Lexi Petroff, as that will bookmark Olivia Tani's day as she gets through 4 innings, giving up 6 runs. Only 4 of them were earned on 4 hits. As get a pinch hitter for Ohio as well. It'll be Tori O'Brien, number 0 for Mackenzie Vaughn, as O'Brien came in as a pinch runner and came in to score a run.
Had a stolen base as well.
That she did. As the first pitch in from Petroff is a bunt from O'Brien, and then she just unable to keep it fair as it rolls behind her foul. It'll be 0-1 the count. As O'Brien has played in now 16 games this year, seeing 15 at-bats, has not had a hit yet, but has worked a couple walks.
Scored 5 runs along with 6 stolen bases. She's mostly used as a pinch runner.
As she's just a freshman out of Mason, Ohio. The 0-1 pitch into her will miss upstairs for a ball, even up the count at 1 apiece. As O'Brien, a left-handed batter, will draw the corners up for Akron. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Petroff, is swung on and grounded out towards shortstop. Will get underneath the glove and out into center field for a base hit. O'Brien rounds the bag at first and will head back out there. So the pinch hitter works out. She is able to get on base. We'll see how that one is scored. That will be an E6. So not quite a base hit there for O'Brien, but she does reach base safely. And as Carl mentioned, when she gets on base, she is always a threat to steal. She's, a matter of fact, went to Mason High School and is their all-time or single-season stolen base leader.
So far in the season, she's 6 for 6.
And takes off on the first pitch. Paoli swings at it and misses, sliding in safely. And successfully stealing the bag is Tori O'Brien to make that 7 for 7 on the year. And it'll be an 0-1 count as Paoli offered at the first pitch from Petroff. Petroff has the best ERA on the Zips this year. An 0-6 record, though, 2.51 ERA and 39 innings pitched. Only a 2.53 opponent batting average against her as the 0-1 pitch misses low and inside in the dirt, in fact, for a ball. Evens up the count at 1 apiece.
She's mostly been used for relief appearances. This is now her 13th relief appearance, only started 2 games on the year.
The 1-1 pitch into Paoli misses outside for a ball. That puts her up in the count 2-1. As Anna Leah is 1 for 2 in this game 2 of the doubleheader with a single. Came around to score back in the first inning. Has also flown out to left field. 2-1 pitch is cut on and fouled down the right field line and out of play. As that'll run the count even to 2-2. As not exactly sure what's going on there. We have a trainer trotting out to perhaps the Akron bullpen. So let's put a stoppage in play real quick. So it'll be a 2-2 count with a runner on second base in the bottom of the 5th inning. Bobcats lead this one 6-1 over the Akron Zips. As Paoli now back in the box, look at the stoppage of play is over. Here comes a 2-2 delivery from Petrov. That one's in the dirt, gets by the catcher DeVoe, and moving up to third base is Torrey O'Brien. As that will run the count full to Paoli, and now a runner just 60 feet away from scoring. As full count, pitch delivery swung on and chopped slowly towards second base. Coming to score will be O'Brien, as the ball was just flipped onto first base to retire Paoli, but she will get an RBI on that ground out, as that's the first out of the inning recorded, and now push the lead up to 7-1 for Ohio. This good execution there from Paoli. Get a runner on third base with some speed, just get a ball in play, and you'll probably be able to get an RBI out of it. And she did just then, as that's her 20th RBI on the year. As spot check offers at the first pitch and comes up empty, 0-1 the count. As the 0-1 pitch is a changeup that misses a little bit low from the pitcher Petrov. Nice take there from spot check to even up the count at 1 apiece.
Petrov in 39 innings pitched only has 28 strikeouts, but compared to 15 walks, that isn't bad.
Not at all. You'll definitely take it. As the 1-1 pitch will miss just outside, as some of the Akron supporters and their dugout thought that one might have caught the outside corner, but a good take there from spot check. She's up in the count now, 2-1. As Petrov will deal the 2-1 pitch. That one will catch the outside corner of the plate and run the count even at 2-2 to Spacek, who is 2 for 2 herself in the ballgame at a 2 RBI double back in the first inning, as well as a single. She was stranded at second back in the third inning. Here comes a 2-2 pitch. She chases the high pitch and comes up empty, strike 3. Second out of the inning, first punch out of the game for Petrov. And after allowing the leadoff base runner, she has recovered well, getting back-to-back outs. I'll bring up Alexis Dahl, the designated player.
That's the first Akron strikeout of the entire game, as Stefanoni did not record a strikeout.
First pitch into Dahl will miss outside, maybe a touch low for a ball, 1-0. As it's not like the Bobcats have had the greatest hitting day. Only 4 hits in this game, too, but 4 errors from Akron have helped plate a decent amount of runs, as that pitch catches the strike zone for a called strike, 1-1. So Alexis Dahl so far in this game has walked and also grounded out to short in her 2 at-bats. As now time called at home plate by Dahl. She'll step out of the box.
The wind's really picking up. It's blowing now from the right to left, but the wind's really picking up, and clouds have really picked up as well.
1-1 pitch misses way high and inside for a ball, 2-1. And believe it or not, rolling up on May, Carl, and they're calling for snow here in Athens tomorrow.
I know the northern part of the state's supposed to get about 3 or 4 inches of snow right now.
Yeah, it's rather unfortunate. 2-1 pitch is grounded out towards short. Fielded on a couple hot, strong throw on to first to retire Alexis Dahl and retire the side for the Bobcats in the 5th inning. Not before they scratch across another run on the RBI ground out from Paoli, scoring Torrey O'Brien.
No hits with 1 error and
As the run is unearned, they came in on an error. 4 committed by Akron in the game. Ohio, though, able to push the lead out to 6, 7-1. As we get to the top of the 6th inning, Akron looking to put a dent in the lead when we return.
Say you needed a ride, but you wanted my car. Without a face, girl, you wouldn't get far. I really like you, despite who you are. You see me on TV, you know I'm a star. You say you don't know me, but I'm as far. I'll pay the price, girl, whatever that costs. You make my life so hard, but that's what gets me up. I had 1,000 bad times, so what's another time to me? You try to burn my house down, no, what's another house to me? 'Cause I can take anything that you give me. It's gonna take a lot more to kill me. So thank you for the grave, I needed me a place to sleep. And I don't wanna meet your mama. She probably crazier than you.
Top of 6 here at Ohio softball field as Bobcats just 6 outs away from completing the sweep of Akron on the doubleheader today. They won the first game 9-1 in just 5 innings. So this one lasts a little bit longer. We're in the 6th inning now. It'll be middle of the order for Akron due up. DeVoe, Holzman, and McIntosh Holder. As first pitch into Laurel DeVoe will catch at the knees for a called strike, 0-1.
Laurel DeVoe's reached safely both of her at-bats so far today. She had a walk in the first inning and a double in the third.
0-1 pitch swung on and hit out into right center field. Both the right fielder and center fielder ranging over. It'll be Fogue, the right fielder, in the alley, calling off angle to make the catch. So just 2 pitches to get 1 out for McCready to lead off the 6th inning. DeVoe retired for the first time in the ball game, and they'll bring up Jesse Holzman. As McCready looks into the dugout, now will rock and fire with the right hand. That pitch lined out into right field between first and second for a base hit, as Fogue will come up with it cleanly, fire it back into the infield. As the first hit of the game for Holzman, just the 4th for Akron, but now they have a 1-out base runner.
We're going to have a pinch runner here. Looks like it's going to be number 11, Morgan Cadmus, redshirt sophomore from Tecumseh, Michigan, coming in to pinch run.
pinch runner for the Zips, now in number 11, Morgan Cadmus.
So Cadmus will come in to pinch run. As you know, it's just funny, Carl, looking up at the scoreboard, you see those 4 hits for Akron. It matches Ohio, but the 4 errors, that's really what's been the difference in this game so far.
Yeah, I don't know if Ohio has an earned run. They might have 1 earned run this entire game. The rest of them have all been, take that back, they'll have 3. The 2 in the first inning were earned. But most of these runs have been unearned runs. And it's not exactly normal for this Akron team. They've only had 35 errors this season in their 30 games. So this hasn't been a common thing. That's been one thing that they haven't had a lot of this year.
Yeah, it came in top half of the MAC, 5th in fielding percentage. So obviously that's been something that they've been all right at throughout this season, but just not really showing up today with the leather.
There's a discussion about something going down there.
Yeah, no. So we'll step aside for a couple minutes while we get all this sorted out here. It's the 7-1 lead with a runner on first base in the top of the 6th inning and 1 out for the Zips.
office of the bar is where I go. Me and my friends at the table doing shots, tripping fast and then we talk slow. Come over and start up a conversation with just me, and trust me, I'll give it a chance. Now take my hand, stop, and the man on the jukebox, and then we start to dance. And now I'm singing like, girl, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say, boy, let's not talk too much. Grab on my waist and put that body on me. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead. I'm in love with the shape of you. Push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart is falling too. I'm in love with your body. Last night you were in my room. Now my bedsheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with your body. 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 Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with the shape of when we let the story begin. We're going out on our first date. You and me are thrifty, so go all you can eat. Fill up your bag and I fill up the plate. We talk for hours and hours about the sweet and the sour and how your family's doing okay. And even getting in a taxi, kissing the backseat, tell the driver make the radio play. And singing like, girl, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say, boy, let's not talk too much. Grab on my waist and put that body on me. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead. I'm in love with the shape of you. Push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart is falling too. I'm in love with your body. Last night you were in my room. Now my bedsheets smell like you. Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with your body. 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 Every day discovering something brand new. I'm in love with the shape of you. Come on, be my baby. Come on, be my baby. Come on.
Akron, number 25, Callie McIntyre.
We are ready to resume play here, as we just did have an injury here that had to stop play, and of course don't want to speculate on any of the situation. But we are ready to resume. Just had to take a pause there for about 20-30 minutes. But we are ready to go once again. Here it is once again, the top of the 6th inning. There is a runner on first base as the first pitch in to McIntosh Holder is cut on and missed. 0-1 the count. The score is 7-1. Ohio still leads the Zips. Off of first base is Jessie Holzman, who had a single that put her there, as McCready still on the mound for the Bobcats. The 0-1 pitch catches the outside part of the plate for a called strike, as McCready now up in the count, 0-2.
McCready looking for 8th strikeout on the day.
As a long look in now to the dugout. The 0-2 pitch was outside. Now a throw behind the runner at first base, as diving back in safely is actually Morgan Cadmus, who did come in the pinch run before we had to take the pause. As the count is now 1-2. Here comes a delivery and pitch. Caught on and missed, strike 3. McCready able to get McIntosh Holder to chase the riser high for her 8th punch out of the ball game, and now 2 away in the top of the 6th inning.
It'll be Carly Auten. She's playing second base right now up to bat.
As she came in as a defensive substitution in the top, or excuse me, the bottom of the 5th inning, as she takes a rip at the first pitch and comes up empty, 0-1. As the lead off the inning was Laurel DeVoe, flew out to right field a while ago. Then Holzman had the single out into right field. As that pitch will catch the top of the strike zone for a called strike, and now on 0 for down in the count, 0-2, as this is her 19th game she's appeared in this year with a .280 average. Only one of her hits being an extra base hit. That's a double. 0-2 pitch will miss high and outside for a ball. 1-2 now to Auten. As once again, this is the second game of a doubleheader. Ohio did win the first game 9-1. And they lead this one 7-1. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Swung and a miss. Actually, not called by the home plate umpire. That's what I thought he ruled. They do eventually appeal down the first. It was delayed, and they will get the swinging strikeout on Auten. It will be the 9th punch out for McCready in the ball game, as we are now through 5.5 innings, heading into the bottom of the 6th inning. Ohio could potentially end this one early, a couple of runs, as they lead this one 7-1, heading into the bottom of the 6th inning here at OSF. Bottom of the 6th inning, bottom of the order due up for the Bobcats. 7, 8, and 9 will be Caitlin Fogg, Emily Walker, and Brooke Rice. All due up for the Bobcats. Still out in the circle for the Zips is Lexi Petroff. Of course, she came in the bottom of the 5th inning, allowed just 1 run. It was unearned. As the first pitch of the inning into Fogue is a changeup that misses up high to Caitlin Fogue.
I think they changed that. I think it is earned now. I believe they changed the one error back into a hit. So Tori O'Brien does get her first hit of the season.
That is true. They did have 4 errors up. Now change the call as Fogue takes a rip at that pitch and eases up the count at 1 apiece. As in the ball game so far, Fogue has flown at the center field and reached on an error by the second baseman and came around to score. As if Ohio can get the victory, they would move into 12-10 in MAC play and continue to try to work up the standings as the 1-1 pitch misses inside for a ball. 2-1 the count now, as they're kind of in the middle of the pack, sitting at 5th, as it is Kent State who sits above them in conference record at 8-7 on the season. As that 2-1 pitch catches the outside corner for a called strike, evens up the count at 2 apiece to Fogue. As Petrov looks in to the dugout, now a rock and fire 2-2 pitch, chopped back towards the mound. Fogue off out of the circle, fields it cleanly, flips it over to first in time to retire Fogue. As the leadoff batter for the Bobcats is retired in the bottom of the 6th inning, and that will bring in the left fielder Emily Walker. As Emily Walker, 1 for 2 so far in the game, reached on an error back in the 2nd inning to score what was then the 3rd run of the game for Ohio, and then singled and came around to score her last time up, as that pitch is a called strike, 0-1 the count. But Ohio leads it 7-1 with 1 away in the bottom of the 6th inning, looking to complete the doubleheader sweep over the Akron Zips, as the 0-1 pitch will miss just a little bit upstairs. Nice take there from Walker to even up the count at 1.
Her last at-bat in the 4th inning, she had a stolen base before scoring as well. That was her 6th of the year.
1-1 pitch into Walker, squared the bunt, then pulled it back, and the pitch misses up high and even gets by the catcher DeVoe all the way back to the backstop to put Walker up in the count 2-1. As if this result holds, which it's looking pretty likely, Akron would come at it today with a 16-game losing streak as the 2-1 pitch is fouled back into the netting behind home plate. And that will run the count even at 2-2 to Emily Walker. As a righty, Petrov will rock and fire, 2-2 pitch, nice changeup taken, strike 3 called. Nice change of speeds there from Petrov to get Walker off balance, and she's unable to pull the trigger, locks her up for the strikeout. 2nd one for Petrov on the mound, 2 away now, and Brooke Rice, the catcher, will dig in.
Looks like they're going to have a pinch hitter. Looks like it's going to be Sophia Bernard. Pinch hitting.
Yep, Sophia Bernard started at catcher in the 1st game, and now she'll get another at-bat here as Brooke Rice looks like her day may be done unless she is re-entered in the top of the 7th inning. As Bernard in that 1st game did go 1 for 2 and came around to score a run. First pitch into Bernard, swung on and flied out into right field. Moving back is the right fielder, Stevens. She'll make the catch on the run in the alley to retire the side. Bobcats go down quietly in the bottom of the 6th inning, but they are just 3 outs away from their second victory on the day over the Akron Zips. We move into the top of the 7th inning. Bobcats 7, Akron 1. Ohio just 3 outs away from wrapping this one up and picking up the sweep of Akron on the day for the doubleheader. Of course, these teams are set to meet up again just a little over a week from today on the 28th. Both those games will be at Akron. But McCready looking to finish off the complete game as first pitch is cut on and missed. As that is Lexi Petroff, who came in for Stefanoni, the starting pitcher, earlier in the ball game today. As the 0-1 pitch into Petroff comes right down the middle, strike 2 called as McCready quickly trying to put away Petroff, as Petroff has had 4 at-bats on the season, just 1 hit.
Petroff does have an RBI, though, and no strikeouts on the year.
0-2 pitch, catches the outside corner, strike 3 called. Make it 10 punch-outs for McCready in the ballgame, 3 in a row going back to last inning. And the Bobcats just need 2 more outs to pick up the victory.
This will be a tough out here, Tiffany Stevens. She's had a really impressive game today.
First pitch into Stevens, popped up right over the mound, but is called off by the third baseman, Paoli, who came streaking to make the catch. It would have been a tough play for McCready on the back pedal, so Paoli able to give her pitcher the assist. So Stevens is retired quickly in just 1 pitch, and now 1 out away. Lineup turns over for Molly McChesney. It's McChesney 0 for 3 in the ball game. A strikeout, a couple of ground outs to third base. First pitch into her, misses outside for a ball, 1-0. As McCready takes a peek in the dugout, gets her sign. Now she'll rock and fire as that pitch is slapped down the line by the lefty McChesney, but gets to the left of the third base bag, foul. As almost able to sneak that one over the bag, but just took a turn at the last second. Needs the count at 1 apiece with 2 away. Top 7, Ohio leads at 7-1. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. That one will miss up high for a ball. So McChesney going to make McCready earn this final out.
She's definitely, McChesney's one of the people on this Akron team that you'd want in this situation at plate.
2-1 popped up, left side of the infield, calling it is Paoli. She will make the 2-handed grab, and the ball game is over. Ohio able to get the sweep on the day against Akron, winning both legs of the doubleheader 9-1, and this one 7-1. It took all 7 innings for this one, but nonetheless, Ohio able to pick up the victory. And Carl, you know, it wasn't the greatest offensive effort, but they were able to get the hits and sacrifice flies when they needed them and capitalize on a couple Akron errors to come away with a pretty convincing victory once again in Game 2.
Yeah, it was definitely a great job by Ohio to capitalize on the 3 Akron errors on the day. Only had 5 hits, but when you're able to capitalize on 3 errors as they did and score several unearned runs, you're going to be in good shape to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Maddie McCready will get the win. It is her 8th on the year, and the loss will go to the starting pitcher, Olivia Stefanoni. That will be her 8th loss on the season. Akron will drop to 3-29. Ohio at 16-15. 12-10 in the MAC, and Akron now 2-16 in the MAC. But that's all we have for you on the broadcast. For Carl Blaylock, I've been Joey Medor. We appreciate you listening, and everybody have a good night.